sort of what they called was a landscape permeability layer. So in looking outside of where there's this high quality winter habitat, which is based on forage, and they did some forage analysis and then modeling in order to create this high quality habitat layer. They also looked at permeability. And so what we're looking at there's a lot of land use factors that affect permeability. So of course, where we have development, pavement, those kinds of things, that's much less permeable. Some places where we have exurban development, that's semi-permeable. Agriculture lands are pretty permeable and often favored even by certain wildlife. And then, of course, natural habitat that is the preferred and good quality forage is sort of the most permeable. So those inputs fed into the permeability analysis, and that's what you're looking at here on this slide, is we conducted what's called a least cost corridor analysis, looking specifically at the roadway interface and saying, okay, where is the landscape most permeable? And that's not really, that's the road notwithstanding. So it's really kind of looking at it from the perspective of, I mean, the road is part of the permeability analysis, so it is in there, but certain features like the fencing that is along the road in certain sections, that is not considered in this particular analysis. It's really looking at more of the land use or land components.
I still don't understand the use of the word permeable. I mean, I'm thinking about surface, like roadways and driveways that are permeable.
Right,
So
that's a great point.
What would you substitute as a word for permeable?
Sometimes
Put your mic on.
Just access, my mic is on, by the way. So is it access to, is that,
that's a good way of thinking of it. I would say kind of,
keep looking at me, it's on.
I heard
Maybe
it.
get close, your voice, your
Yeah,
mouth
it's
closer
on
to it.
and he can hear me, I just don't understand why, and I'm not putting it up to my face, so.
I would use the word connectivity as an alternative. I think your concept of access is a really important component of that. Is it accessible for wildlife to use or to move through? And when we think about the landscape, it's not black and white, okay? So sometimes when people talk about wildlife corridors, it's like, oh, this is where they move and they don't move over here. But it's not as clear as that, because the landscape is very diverse. And so when I'm thinking about a permeable landscape, is it how penetrable is it for wildlife to move through or to use those habitats? Does that help?
I just thought it was an interesting use of the word.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Yeah.
It's kind of a geeky ecological term, I realize.
It's the ability of the wildlife to penetrate through the area.
Correct.
And I just want to make sure we understand this is a map of the entire Roaring Fork watershed,
Yes.
including the crystal. We can see the main stem, Highway 2 and 133 in there. And then we're looking at that zone of blue, which I'm sure you'll go into. And the study, you said, did not include anything east of Aspen. Is that correct?
Yes, so we did exclude in this analysis, and it really kind of stemmed from this particular analysis where we were looking at connectivity and permeability, because we recognize that east of Aspen, that roadway is highly permeable in the sense that animals can traverse the road. There is a road, but it's not a barrier. It's a 2-lane road. It's curvy. Traffic volumes are slow. During part of the year, it's closed, and there's a lot of habitat on either side. So we felt that was not so essential to focus our efforts for this particular study east of Aspen, and so we honed in on the area between Glenwood and Aspen for all of these analyses. And then what you're going to see is that we conducted separate analyses for Highway 82 and then for Highway 133. So they are two separate processes, and then combined, these kind of give us the decision tools, and which we'll show you here as we move through, for helping to inform where do we want to focus our efforts. So this piece here is the biodiversity study informed analysis of, again, I'm sorry, I'm using that word permeability.
I understand it.
We understand it now. Go ahead.
Okay, good. I appreciate the question. Thank you for that. And then what we did with this is, in order to be able to combine data from these different studies, we had to sort of standardize some things. So we created these analysis units along the whole highway. So there's these segments, and it's a half-mile buffer on either side of the highway that we looked at. And then the size of the segments varies. I'm not going to get into those details, but they're fairly similar in size. And so what you're seeing is that permeability analysis from the last slide that is now related to something that we can score for each of these segments along the roadway, so these analysis segments. And so you're seeing that kind of and you can see how this relates to the previous slide, that the darkest colored areas are the highest scoring, and those were sort of the area where we saw the greatest levels of permeability between that forage habitat on either side of the highway.
Thank you for that. Now, the color coding, it says least cost corridor score. So least cost, meaning the least cost of mitigating, or
Yeah, so that again is a scientific modeling term, not the cost of actually mitigating. This is just the cost for an animal to move between the habitat on either side of the highway.
a difficulty
dollar sign.
for the
Yeah.
animal.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So, and again, this is still a little bit of a work in progress. We haven't finally, prepared everything and packaged it in a report. So this is good note taking for how to make it kind of more user friendly, if you will. So
Who's the cost too? Is this about the cost of the animal? And the
Yeah, it's the cost of the
permeability for
animal.
Got it.
yeah, that's
Thank
a great
you.
way of putting it. Thank you. So that was the portion of the prioritization that derived from the watershed study. And then this is the portion that derives from the Western Slope Wildlife Prioritization Study. And again, we took that downscaled analysis from the regional study and scaled those then to the first of all to the watershed itself, so focusing just within the watershed, not within the entire Western Slope, and then related those to these analysis segments, again, so that we can combine these two prioritization inputs for the final scoring. So that is sort of what you're seeing here. And you see some similarities here between the two where there's overlap, and then some places where there's a little bit of different there. And I will point out that this Western Slope study, the inputs to that were really focused on wildlife vehicle collision hotspots. Remember, CDOT was a major partner in this study, and safety on the roadway is a primary concern for that agency. But in addition to those collision hotspots, it also looked at the impact of conflict, and that includes the traffic barrier effect, on wildlife populations. So both of those components went into the Western Slope study. And again, we really felt that this was very complementary. This highway-focused analysis was very complementary to the landscape-focused analysis from the biodiversity study.
I'm surprised there's not a higher score between Carbondale and Glenwood, given the amount of attention that part of the stretches in there have gotten.
Yeah, and yeah, it didn't. I think that's probably driven, again, by some of the recorded collisions to some degree, and probably also just the populations in that segment of the watershed is my guess. I'd have to go back into the data to know specifically. But you'll see also how when we combine these, I think, again, it's very complementary when we look at the final scoring for this highway, which let me go ahead and show you then the land security. So again, this is something that we weighted at a lower level, but we still wanted to include it, at least in this draft, this current draft of the prioritization, and looking at where there are protected lands around the highway corridor, because that speaks to both the long-term habitat protections in near and adjacent to the highway. It also speaks to, hey, if we are going to invest in mitigation infrastructure, we want to make sure that those lands on either side aren't going to, get developed in some way. So some sense of security, knowing that our investments are going to have a long life.
So what does the score mean? Yellow is least protected and 3 is most protected?
Correct.
Okay.
And it's basically based on a percentage of those analysis segments that have protected lands.
Got it.
And that includes, of course, public lands, but also easements that the county may hold, or private land trust or nonprofit land trust, those kinds of lands. So,
Looks like a very thorough analysis. I want to point out we've got about 20 minutes left, not to 23 minutes
all
left.
right.
Just so you know where you
I
are in your
appreciate that.
timeline. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Let's keep cruising along. So this is the final draft for the Highway 82 corridor. And again, you can see kind of how it combines in these analysis segments. And a couple of things that I want to emphasize here is that this is a draft, and one of the things, we had a stakeholder meeting just on Friday, and we are going to look at the analysis also without the land security score included, just to see if it's much different, because we don't want to preclude areas from consideration that don't currently have protection, if it's possible that we can coordinate with others and maybe protect some of those lands in coordination with these efforts in the future. So we're going to look at it both ways with our stakeholder group. And then once we do finalize it, you're not going to see it with these analysis segments. This is for our kind of working purposes, but ultimately what we do is we combine adjacent segments that are all, if they're all high priority or close to high priority, we use a set of decision rules to actually look at segments that might be a mile or maybe 3 miles long. And that relates to also how CDOT pursues projects as well. They're not, at the half-mile scale typically. It's usually a broader segment. So that will be a finalization piece that will then be kind of public-friendly and report-friendly, and also implementation-friendly.
And you'll have your list of stakeholders, because I'm trying to remember who they all are, but
Yeah.
it's an impressive list.
Sure. Well, certainly CDOT and CPW, the county, and County Open Space has been very involved in this process. The town of Aspen, Aspen Valley Land Trust, the Watershed Biodiversity Initiative, Wilderness Workshop, and I'm going to turn it over to Cecily to continue the list.
I think you pretty
I
much
covered most
Yeah.
of the.
For entities, yeah.
Yeah, and Aspen
then
Ski Co
individuals
has
as
been
well. Aspen Ski
supportive
Co.
as well
Absolutely.
of and helping to fund the project. So that's also been important. Yeah. So and Cecily continues to work to communicate out with folks and broaden that stakeholder list. And then finally, I just want to say that this is a decision support tool. That's not like we have to start at the top and click down the list. It's we can use this to help inform our decision making and our implementation actions. And then we did the same analysis for Highway 133. So these are those draft final scoring for Highway 133, and you can see that Prince Creek area south of Carbondale really pull out here. And again, just that it's two separate analyses. So what's the exact scores and numbers that you get on 133 can't quite be, it's not quite apples and oranges with 82, and we just have to recognize that.
Sure, yeah, great.
Cool. So I mentioned that there are a range of potential mitigation strategies. Wildlife crossings and fencing are certainly one of the most effective strategies we can implement. They can also be very costly, but we know that they're very effective when well-designed and well-sited in reducing collisions and providing connectivity for wildlife. So that is appropriate in some locations, but in other places there might be other mitigation strategies that we want to consider. And I think one thing that we're going to be looking at, that I predict we'll be looking at in this watershed, is fencing along the highway. So there are places where we have existing wildlife fencing to exclude animals from the roadway, and there might be places where we can improve that, tighten it up so that we're reducing the collision and the conflict on the roadway, such as that area east of Carbondale might be a good example of that. There are other places where we might want to look at, okay, can we either remove some of the right-of-way fencing that is semi-permeable for wildlife? They can maybe traverse through, but sometimes their fawns or their calves can't. How can we reduce some of that barrier so we reduce the time that animals are spending on the road trying to navigate through traffic and fencing? And so there might be opportunities. Obviously, it requires close coordination with land managers and landowners, but there might be some opportunities for that in places like on Highway 133. So those are all things that we'll be looking at in the next phase of this study. And along those lines, what I did want to do is just a really quick run through of the Highway 9 crossing project in Grand County, because this is really just an excellent model of how a project like this can come together with the support of a lot of diverse public and private partners, and looking at what we might be able to learn from that. So this, again, it's south of Kremling, all on this first map on the left, that's actually a bunch of orange dots representing all the wildlife vehicle collisions recorded over 10 years, and you can see it's pretty much sheet flow. They happened all along the corridor here, and 60% of the crashes prior to construction were due to wildlife vehicle collisions. And then The wildlife mitigation consisted of 7 wildlife crossings, including Colorado's first 2 overpasses and 5 underpasses, and just over 10 miles of fencing. So Blue Valley Ranch is a large conservation ranch located along that corridor, and they initiated some conversations with CDOT. They were seeing all these issues. Back in 2001, they started talking with CDOT about it, and everybody acknowledged the problem, but nothing happened. And then they re-engaged CDOT in 2010 and brought funding to the table, nearly $1 million to support the design process. And CDOT did that design process, but then it kind of sat around again because there was no funding for construction for a while. But then that shifted. There was a one-time grant opportunity through CDOT called RAMP, and that had a 20% match requirement. And so the ranch actually brought some additional funding to the table as a challenge grant. And then a citizens group came together, Citizens for State Highway 9, and really just did that last push of fundraising from private sources and also from local governments, so towns and counties. Grand County, certainly where the project is located, but also Summit County, a neighboring county, but a lot of their people also drive through this stretch of roadway, and they're certainly aware of the issues. So that funding and all of that support from all these different entities was really essential in getting that project funded and constructed. And it just speaks to the value of partnerships, because this wouldn't have happened without those diverse partnerships and the funding that they brought to the table, because allowing CDOT to kind of prioritize something that was otherwise a little bit lower down on the list.
I like the golden shovels.
I know, those are pretty schwank.
What was the total cost for that project, which I recognize is outdated?
So it was at the outset $46 million, and the match was $9.2 million, but then there were some cost increases, and it was a little over $50 million, but I don't know the exact number.
Thank you.
And the wildlife mitigation, so to be clear, it included other highway improvements. They were doing this project and they said, oh, we're gonna add shoulders, we're gonna clean some of the sight lines and just otherwise do safety improvements. So about $20 million of the total project cost was for the wildlife mitigation. Mm-hmm. And the rest was other parts of the project.
Okay, so Blue Valley Ranch put up 10 million.
They put up 4 million, and then the rest of it was raised by the stakeholder group from all these different entities, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
But they were catalysts. They were really important catalysts in that process.
Yeah.
So then the question is, of course, hey, how well do all these investments work? Because that's a really important question. And I really like these maps. This map on the left shows the wildlife vehicle collisions in the 4 winters prior to construction. And again, you just see consistent collisions through that corridor. And then this map shows post-construction 4 winters. And you can see the collisions, recorded carcasses were reduced by 92%. There are still some areas where there were occasional collisions, especially at the south fence end, which kind of indicates like maybe we need to go a little longer, maybe mitigate that area. But it was an extremely successful project in terms of reducing collisions and also in terms of providing that connectivity for wildlife. We saw over 112,000 mule deer use the crossing structures. We also saw elk. There was some initial hesitation behavior, but we also saw that decline over time as they habituated to the infrastructure. And overall, there were 17 different species of large and medium-sized mammals that used these crossings over the 5-year study. And we all concluded that it was really effective in reducing collisions while preserving habitat connectivity across the highway.
A question just regarding, when I first started hearing about this, it seemed as if most of the big highways we have, of course, are transcontinental east-west highways. And Roaring Fork, of course, Highway 82 is east-west for the most part. And it seemed as if the wildlife migrations were I was thinking, well, they predominantly seem to go north-south. So this project is obviously 90 degrees off of my estimation, but I'm wondering, is there any rule of thumb or thought about, do we have a problem with north-south migration more than east-west, or is it just depends on the terrain?
It depends on a lot of factors. So not all migrations are going to be north-south. It's more from low to high elevation and back and forth.
Okay.
So it really depends on where they're migrating to and from. And in this landscape, it's actually not a migratory corridor, it's winter range. And so there's a concentration of animals in this valley, in this sagebrush landscape, that are coming down from the mountains to the east and the west and using this winter range. And the highway just bisects the middle of the winter range. And so that's somewhat analogous to what you're going to see here in this valley, where we have, this is the lower elevation habitat, especially as you go down valley, and we have the high elevation summer habitat. That is, so it's not necessarily always a migration route. There's different types of movement that we need to be able to accommodate.
Thank you.
Highway 9's a 2-lane?
It is a 2-lane highway, correct. So I just wanted to emphasize again how partnerships were so essential to the Highway 9 project. And, this is exactly this kind of partnership approach is really what we're advocating for here in the Roaring Fork watershed. We know that CPW is deeply concerned about the habitat loss that's occurring due to the development. And, we think it's really important to protect and restore wildlife habitat in the watershed and coordinate those efforts with efforts to create safe passages across our roadways so that we maintain those movements in the lower elevation portions of the watershed. Having these partners and pursuing both of these goals is really essential to just having that landscape vision. And, that's how we hope to continue working on this project. And really the time is now. There's this flush of federal infrastructure dollars that is available, and also a recognition both at the federal level, at the state level, and also just with the public of the value of safe passages and these kinds of mitigation efforts. And so we really have some unprecedented opportunities to pursue investing in mitigation in the Roaring Fork Valley.
Can you tell me, CPW, I think at one point was saying we've lost about 50% of our large ungulate herds in the last 20, 30 years, something like that. And it's probably habitat loss, is not as much collisions on the highways, but we're seeing an increase in that as well. But is that still the right number to use for 50% loss, or roughly, is that where we are?
Roughly, yes. I mean, I would defer to
Tom,
CPW.
you can come up and sit if you want to join.
I would, yeah.
They're rebounding now, and I think the numbers are better.
Okay.
But
Come up to a
it was
mic
that.
if you're going to come up. You got to get on a mic because we want to hear. We want to archive what you tell us.
I'm gonna hold it against you in the future.
Yeah, those numbers were correct for in the northwest corner of the watershed up and over into the head of Glenwood Canyon, but I think that we've bounced back. And it's tough to track the numbers because the elk are moving in and out of our watershed, and you can go to the Parks and Wildlife website and see the numbers from last winter's count, and then compare those to previous winters, and it's instructive to do that.
Great, thank you.
And I will say that from a roadkill standpoint, and CPW, their big game biologist, has looked at those numbers of what is the impact of vehicle collisions on the mortality of mule deer populations specifically. So, and what they looked at was female mule deer, and approximately 2% of the population of just the female deer were being killed on the roads in the western slope, and that's equivalent to what is hunted every year. So if we're losing the same amount of female deer to roadkill as we are to hunting, it's pretty notable.
And how many, of course, last spring, I kept seeing pregnant females. So it's not just one who gets killed, right? You're losing.
Potentially, yeah, potentially. And there's also fawns that are killed. There's also bucks that are killed. So.
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely. We call vehicles a non-discriminatory predator. They're not just going after the weak and the old.
Right, right.
Sometimes I think it's the other way around. The vehicles can be the benign entity on the road, and sometimes you wonder if the deer and elk are not seeking you.
Yeah, it does feel like they pop out from nowhere
Yeah.
sometimes. I totally understand that. I'll just flash my last slide here and turn it over to Cecily then. this is just our timeline for the current effort is, you know, we're completing this prioritization process this fall and documenting everything that we've done and our results in a report that will be submitted to Roaring Fork Safe Passages. And then moving forward, Roaring Fork Safe Passages is anticipating a phase 2 for this work that's going to focus on developing these mitigation strategies and concepts for the highest priority segments. And again, that's going to involve working very closely with our partners and everybody that we've been talking with all along. And the goal is to really, with those mitigation plans for specific areas, to have a vision for that area and know what it's going to cost then, or at least have a high-level cost estimate, and set the stage for pursuing funding for design and construction.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for that. That was fairly thorough and quick, concise.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
So Cecily, you've got about 10 minutes.
Okay, yeah. So first of all, I just want to say how lucky we've been to work with Julia and Tom. But it's just been such a pleasure over the last 9 months to have Julia on board with this project. And just to introduce myself a little bit more, I was born and raised here in the Valley. And it's been a long interest of mine to protect wildlife. I now live in Somas Village with my husband, and we have a toddler at Little Red and another one on the way. And I, when it became clear to me that animals need infrastructure, and where it's been properly built and designed, there's just been great success, as Julia's pointed out, in minimizing the wildlife vehicle collisions. When this became clear, I jumped on this effort to get a valley-wide plan that is shovel-ready. While there are state and federal funds available, it's going to take a strong community involvement and dedicated organization to enact this real change. This initiative has been accelerated, and again, we're so lucky, under the wing of the Watershed Biodiversity Initiative, led by Tom Cardamone. WBI has been the acting fiscal sponsor for Roaring Fork Safe Passages. I also want to recognize how crucial the diverse support has been for funding in this first phase. We've had Aspen Ski Co-Environment Foundation gave us our initial funds. The City of Aspen Parks and Open Space also contributed, and many small citizens have donated to amount to about $90,000 in our first fundraising effort. I also want to acknowledge that Pickens County Open Space has put in a lot of time with us, and that has been crucial to our organization. And the Aspen Valley Land Trust has started participating in a meaningful way in our stakeholder calls. As we look forward to our fundraising goals for 2024, the City of Aspen Parks and Open Space Program is interested in continuing their partnership and research with us during the mitigation study, especially in the Cozy Point and Aspen, Mass open space areas. While this is not a formal ask, we would like the county to consider half of our remaining $100,000 goal to fund mitigation plans. We will make a formal request from either potentially the Healthy Community Fund. We also potentially could work with Pickens County Open Space upon the completion and delivery of this first phase, which is the prioritization plan. I would like to turn this over to Tom Cardamone to culminate this presentation, because his involvement and study was so key to laying the groundwork for what we're doing now.
Great. Thanks, Cecily. And I think it's important to recognize that this epitomizes the initiative that Cecily's taking. Epitomizes the kind of response we had hoped for from the biodiversity study, both from citizens and governmental and agency groups. And I know Open Space and Trails is using the study a lot, and others are as well. And so this is great to see this kind of response. A little quick history and credit due to Pickens County. You all have had a long history of conservation interest and support. In '97, you supported the biological inventory that the Natural Heritage Program completed for this watershed, and that was parts and pieces, species of concern, both plants and animals, but But we realized when the Open Space and Trails program adopted a biodiversity
Mic on?
policy in 2016 that we needed better, more comprehensive science. We good? Does that help?
Red light's on.
Red light.
Now you can,
Thank you.
don't start over, but, yeah, we got you.
So we initiated the biodiversity study, the Roaring Fork Watershed Biodiversity and Connectivity Study, 3-year study. It was completed actually in the fall of 21. We took a year to sort of field test it with the agencies and organizations that had supported it, our science team, and published it a year ago in September. It focuses on elk, deer, and bighorn sheep, the large mammals that were really are the focus of these crossing initiatives. But it's important to say that for us, they were really proxies. Those 3 species, elk, deer, and bighorn sheep, were proxies for all of biodiversity, plants, animals, everything included. And so no one or no thing or no plant is being left behind in this process. And a final comment, just to sort of put things in perspective, would be that sort of looking at our human history, if you go back a long way, we were an infinitesimal portion of by weight of mammal life on Earth. And at the end of the Ice Age, or at least it seems to be have ended, at least for the time being, about 10,000 years ago, in the beginning of agriculture, we were 0.15% by weight, we humans, of all wild mammal weight. And today, globally, we're, along with our livestock, 96%. So there's been this dramatic shift in numbers of wild animals compared to human animals and our domestic animals. What's remarkable to think about, though, is that our watershed, by consulting recently with the Farm Bureau down in Glenwood, we're about 50-50 in terms of wild mammals by weight and humans and their livestock.
Are you telling us we're all getting fat, Tom? Are you telling us we're all getting fat?
I didn't say
The
that.
opposite.
But we're compared to the rest of the world, or the world average, we both have an amazing kind of nature needs half. We're already adhering to that, whether we meant to or not, and I think it imposes on us somewhat of a responsibility to make sure that it stays 50-50, or maybe even improves if we can help our large mammal populations recover. And this is a great opportunity to contribute to that and participate in that process. And wonderful to see this outcome from the biodiversity study. Thank you.
I'm glad you saw a way to keep Tom engaged in such a big way in doing all the work with the natural world in our community, which spans half a century at this point, and something like that. So glad to see you're still engaged. I did want to ask other group organizations, nonprofits, and board members, and at some point. But Patty had a question.
Yeah, we have 1 minute left, just to let you know.
I'll run that part of it.
I'm just letting you know, but I want to make a comment in that 1 minute.
Okay, go ahead then.
I think this is something the county has always supported, as we did with Tom's effort. The asks for the Healthy Community grants for this year are already in. The process is already ongoing. So, but I heard a number like 50,000. Hopefully, Pekin County I would love for us to have a deep pocket like that. We don't have one, which most people don't understand. We're supposed to be the wealthiest county in the world, and we're really not as a county government. But I think it's something that I would continue to support and see how it comes out. I think there's some things that can be done that are on the simpler side. I don't see putting in overpasses, because we can't even get a pedestrian overpass to protect human life across that corridor. So, but I think we're definitely going to support it. I would support it moving forward in the future. I just don't know right now about the financial input the county's able or willing to do, but nothing that we can't discuss further. Thank you.
Great. Any comment? Steve, Kelly, give you an opportunity. Steve has a question.
Yeah, one thing that I'd be curious to see is where on Highway 82 and on 133, where are the highest incidences of the deer and elk being killed, or including bears, because there have been bears hit on the highway also. And I think that could be a big factor in honing in on the very key locations where our money would be the best spent, maybe on 1 or 2 or 3 locations. And obviously it's gonna be costly. If we could get one of them done in, the next several years, that would be a huge accomplishment. So getting those wildlife death figures would be important.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I absolutely agree, and I think once we have defined and confirmed what the priority areas are, we can characterize each of those in terms of what the collision rates are, and including also the species, the different species involved. Thank you for pointing that out. And one of the things we also do where we are recommending a mitigation system, so including crossings and fencing, we can conduct a benefit cost analysis, so we can kind of understand what the high level cost of that investment is, and then relative to how many, what is the value of wildlife, which is undervalued, but we try to put a number on it, and be able to do a benefit cost analysis. And that also helps us with our federal grant applications, but it's also just really helpful for characterizing what's going on there and making sure that our investments are paying off over time.
Great, thank you for that. I think we're gonna wrap it up here. Kel, did you have
I
another?
just had one more question.
Yeah, go
Are you
ahead.
guys resourced to do the next phase of the study?
So currently, in order to complete the study, we need between or the mitigation study, we need between $150,000 and $200,000, and currently we've raised like 93 to date. So no, we're not completely funded. Yeah.
Got it. But you're working with Open Space and they know about it. Yeah, great.
We do have partners in this.
I want to just point out, I got an email from Will Rouse just before the meeting started, just saying he was sorry he couldn't be here today. I understand he's on your board.
He's on the board, yes.
Along with Tom and Rebecca.
And Rebecca Mursky,
Right.
yes.
And Will said in his email, every time I've talked about this initiative with community members and leaders, I've heard support and interest. I'm confident it's deserving of Pitkin County's engagement and support. And you certainly have it from me, and I think the sentiment from Patty and probably others is something along those lines. So thank you, and keep at it. Keep going. Keep up. Keep it
Thank you
up.
for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, really
Thanks for
appreciate
coming,
it.
and so glad that you're communicating with, I see Brian's here, and I don't know if you came for this or not, Brian. You did? Well, okay, great. It's good that you've got your connections with the county and open space.
Yep.
I do tell my daughter I drive to Basalt Elementary every day, and so we've seen a lot of accidents and dead animals along the side of the road, and have lots of conversations about that. And I told her you all were coming before us to talk about this, and she urged me to do whatever to protect the animals.
All right, let's do the
How old is your daughter?
She's 6.5.
6-year-old activist.
We'll send you a really special video of the Highway 9 project. It makes me tear up every time I watch
Great.
it, and we showed my son last night.
Okay,
so,
yeah, that sounds
Great,
good.
yeah, we'd love to see that.
Okay,
Thanks
thank
for
you,
coming,
guys.
really
Thank
appreciate it. Good to see you, Tom. And everybody else who came. Wow, you had a crew.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to keep moving. Up next, Solid Waste Center's diversion programs, equally as exciting as wildlife crossings.
We think so.
Let me move out of your way.
Back hurts. I'm not functioning.
Thanks, Julia. Safe travels.
Thank you very much. Good to see you.
See you next time.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me move out of here. Clear up space for you.
I
Hi.
did that survey today.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
6 pages.
Yeah, it's like, don't you just love it when they give you that somebody, I didn't even remember who sent a survey that they wanted to serve, or cast
Yeah.
was surveying landfill operators.
It's for the state. They're doing an extended producer study and
How many pages was the survey?
56.
Okay, folks, we're going to clear the room so we can move on to the next topic. Just, they're going to have a conversation over there. So this is Solid Waste Center Diversion Program update. And you guys are ready to go.
Yeah. Oh, he's getting it up for us. So I'll just kick it off. I'm Kathy Hall. I'm the solid waste manager for the landfill. And I would like to introduce Cameron Garcia, who is our new solid waste diversion analyst. So
Thank you.
Cameron comes with 20-some years experience and managed the Mesa County landfill. So we're happy to have him since we lost Michael to the climate change.
Right, yeah, we stole Michael.
I'll do my
from
best.
So while Andrew's helping us so kindly get this up and running, this is something I've wanted to do for a very long time, is conglomerate all of our waste diversion on an annual basis, because we do have a number of really important programs. And for such a small community, we do divert a lot. We lead the state of Colorado with a 62% diversion rate for a county, and that's amazing. Everything that we divert has to mostly go down to Denver. And so that's a big kudos to us. And it's
To say, this wasn't what you were telling us before this started. We had a much worse diversion rate and much more going into the landfill. We should be celebrating. We should be like popping champagne right now.
absolutely. And yeah, again, like everything has to go to Denver. I mean, that's a long way. So yeah, big kudos to us. And we're going to show in this presentation the environmental benefits of it. We used we got in and did the WARM model. That's the US EPA's gold standard for calculating CO2 emissions. We tried to calculate airspace savings in the landfill. So tried to do an apples to apples as best we could. And yeah, we're going to go through and show you all of our different programs and what we got coming up in the future.
Great.
Okay. Well, we'll continue on as our IT pro here gets us going. So we have a number of diversion programs, and we're going to go through each one of them. We do single stream recycling. We don't process it at the landfill. It's transferred out down to Denver. Compost and soils. We have the number 2 second largest compost facility in the state of Colorado. We compost 2.9% of Colorado's organic waste, that's big. Household hazardous waste program. It's a year-round operating program. We have a few unique diversion programs, is what I like to call them. I'm sorry, y'all. It's the reducing waste future. Thanks, Andrew. Unique diversion programs, books, mattresses, textiles. So those are kind of our unique programs. We have the new Motherlode Mercantile. That's our most recent one. That's open. That's a reuse facility at the landfill. And then, of course, our pride and joy right now, the construction and demolition debris diversion program.
If I could, just for a minute, just want to say, I've had people call me and tell me the Motherlode Mercantile is the coolest thing. Mm-hmm. You know, it's become like a friend of mine wants to go down to meet everybody. He's like, yeah, this is a cool place.
It is. It's a happy place, and Natalie Trecker manages it for us, and she did the local show with Eric Scarvin back in August, and it's just a delightful watch. I mean, she just had so much fun with it. So,
Great,
and every
great.
day you are there, you hear people like, "Oh, we're so happy you're doing this."
I hear it has an espresso machine.
I
Well,
didn't.
there's ladies that like to go shopping at the Mercantile and then go to lunch. That's their
Oh, that's their thing.
Oh yeah, you got to check it out every day. It changes every day. So okay, so. Yep, we've been through all of this, and that's our program. Again, Pickens County residents divert an estimated 62% from the municipal solid waste. That's your everyday trash stream. That was in 2022.
That's clean trash.
It is clean trash.
Very.
That's
yeah.
not ours. That's a stock photography. The state of Colorado's diversion is 17%, surprisingly. We all think we're hippies here, but we have it absolutely in the state general wide is a terrible diversion rate. The national average is around 32%. So we are almost doubling what the national average is. And then Cameron will get into this in a little bit. Unincorporated Pickens County, we divert 84% of our construction and demolition debris.
That's huge.
So when you say you're diverting it, it's not going into the landfill.
Not going into landfill.
It's not going to Denver.
Not staying here.
Staying here, getting reused and repurposed or placed elsewhere.
Recycled, yeah. Some of it goes to Denver if it's general recycling or something. But compost, all the aggregate,
The wood chips.
The wood chips, we grind pallets, so that's all done here and stays here, which is really what we try and want to do because the less travel time, the better.
Is there any hope for drywall? Well, that, you can answer that later if you'd rather.
Yeah, we can talk about that, but drywall is one of those pretty problematic just because of the fire insulating properties of it. It's kind of difficult to, I think, a boron or one of those kind of a halogenic type material that's within it makes it real difficult to recycle.
Oh, wow.
I haven't really cracked that nut yet.
Yeah, that's a
Somebody
tough
will
one.
someday,
Somebody
but
will
we're
make a
working on
fortune
it.
when they do. Yeah.
Okay. So, the benefits of proper waste management. I mean, we reduce the amount of waste sent to landfills, that is our main goal here. When waste ends up in landfills, it's there forever. I often tell the story when we do tours, when we were digging the trench in the old section of the landfill, I brought up a newspaper from 1970 you can still read. And it talked about the skyrocketing tuition rates at CU Boulder. And they had no idea. So yes, things don't break down, they take up room, and they're going to be there forever. Conserve natural resources by using recycled materials. And you're going to see on the single stream section, again, we use the Warren model, and really how much recycling saves in CO2 emissions. And then it creates jobs. There's a lot of studies done on it, stimulates the economic growth. There's a lot of industries built around recycling. So we'll jump into single stream recycling, and that is where everything goes into the same bin. We started that in 2014. It makes sense on a hauling side. It's less processing, less trucks on the road. It's cheaper. It gets expensive where they have to process it and sort it out. And it usually has typically higher contamination rates. But we started that program in 2014, and at the time it was about a $350,000 a year annual savings by going that instead of the dual stream. In 2022, Pitkin County recycled 26,881 tons of single stream. Now, that didn't all flow through the solid waste center, which we act as a transfer station. The two large haulers in the valley each have their own transfer station. So bulk of it goes down there, and then they transfer it down to Denver. Through the solid waste center, we did almost 1,700 tons transferred out. And if you've been up there, you see the big pile. It's loaded onto a semi-truck during busy tour seasons, like 5 days a week. It's an expensive program. It does generate some revenue. We do charge a tipping fee. Revenue is about $67,000. However, to run the program, it's $405,000. And that's just the nature of the beast. So there is a significant loss. But I tell people, I said, the landfill and the landfill tipping fees are there to subsidize these important programs that can't make money. So we build our landfill tipping rates. That's the cost of trash going into the landfill to cover some of these programs. But we do our best to try and get a program to a break even at least. So it really rolls out to be about $241 a ton to haul to
Is
Denver.
most of that cost in the trucking it to Denver?
Yeah, it's about $1,500 a load every time a semi-truck comes up.
Is there any savings if you had dual trailer, big rigs, triple, I'm just wondering, is there an economy of scale? Sorry, you want to ask a question, or you're questioning my question?
No, I'm looking at you because I guess I was wondering how this math starts to pencil out if we think of something innovative like the, what was it, like trash to
Methane, sustainable aviation
ethanol.
fuel.
Yeah,
I've heard
trash
that
to ethanol
Eagle's
plant.
looking at doing a trash to ethanol plant. And I don't know if theirs is much bigger than ours, but that'd
I
be
mean, at
worth investing
$400,000, the one they were building in Georgia was what, 10 million?
or something.
Yeah. We'll have to talk to Jesse. We know Jesse Maston over at
Find out
Eagle.
what they're doing about sustainable aviation fuel. Might be interesting.
Working with Eagle County, if they're gonna put in a plant, we could take all our trash there.
They would love that.
We could. We know Jesse pretty well. We used to
do.
take our recycling there, and they
Well,
have
thanks for that. Just trying to figure out, where could
We
the
could send all
savings
our
come
planes there too.
from? Yeah, we could do that too.
A bang for their buck over there.
I'll leave that up to you all. The programs do lose money. Everybody loses money on the recycle program, and when COVID hit in particular, a lot of communities, cities stopped curbside recycling. You'll never get it going again. You just lost the trust of the people. And it's just a hard thing to stop
Now,
and
a lot,
start.
is the bulk of that cardboard, is that what I just read?
Yeah,
And-
go to the
and
next slide and we'll show you. Yes.
the Amazon effect, the Jeff
Cardboard is
Bezos
about
effect.
a little over 40% of the recycle stream that goes to Denver. And it's fine. Cardboard still has a pretty good commodity value. And we do get commodity pricing from Waste Management. And there were a few months earlier this year that we did get a rebate. Wasn't enough to cover transportation costs, but there were some rebates to be had to, lessen that impact. Not a lot, but it was a little bit, and a little bit helped. So cardboard, aluminum, the mixed HDP, that heavy duty plastic, that still has a pretty decent value. Glass is okay. The really bad ones are the plastic 3 through 7s, the plastic, that crummy
Those
produce
don't even get
container.
recycled, I hear.
No, it mostly goes to trash, unfortunately.
Sorry, truth.
But if you look at the far right column, the residue, that's the contamination in the loads. And contamination, if you look at it, was really creeping up around 20% in 2020, 2021. And interesting, because I love data, so in early 2022, we launched a Recycle Right campaign. You've seen all of our ads. We invest a lot into education. We launched a Recycle Right campaign, and part of it was what to recycle, keeping it clean, to reduce this trash going into the recycle pile. And you can see it's dropped to like 15%. So it's like, wow, our programs work. And now it's creeping back up again this year because we stopped that program and we're focusing on food waste. So we'll be reinvigorating the Recycle Right campaign to try and get that residue down. But when you run the numbers and you think about it, that is just trash being hauled in Denver. And when you run the tonnages, estimated tonnages, that's around 25 semi-truckloads of trash that went to Denver.
At $241 a ton.
Exactly. So we really want to work on that and get that down. So we're going to focus on getting contamination. And that's, people don't understand a lot of times, it's styrofoam. Styrofoam a lot of times is stamped with that chasing arrow symbol. It's not recyclable in our system. Plastic bags, food contaminated containers, so that those all get kicked out and go to the landfill. So we'll be upping our program to try and get it back down again, because that's a lot of money and a lot of truck traffic on 82 and 70 to get down to Denver.
So then you have to balance rinsing your recycling as an environmental impact,
Right.
water use impact,
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah. And the hardest thing to get out of plastic is peanut butter.
right?
So I figured out a way. You just give it to your dog.
Oh, I don't have a dog anymore, but yeah.
They lick that canister sparkling clean.
I get that question a lot, and I just threw a peanut butter plastic jar away today at the landfill because it's just so hard to clean, and is it worth it? And in reality, a lot of times that plastic's not recycled anyway, so I throw my peanut butter jars away. So
You're telling the public that.
You just
I
know.
would say that
yeah.
I'm just going to be real.
residential water use is so low compared to like all other water use. That
So maybe it's still a good.
I just
practice.
maybe
Rinse
that's
your
part of
recycling.
messaging. Is getting people over that concern.
Right.
'Cause I have
A
that
jelly
concern.
jar is a quick rinse. It doesn't have to be spotless, but just if you visible food residue, get it out, and it helps the systems.
Good to know. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm sad we only have an hour for this because we could talk all day. And again, we ran the WARM model, the US EPA's WARM model. It's been around for about 10 or 11 years, and it puts into realistic terms of what are you conserving by recycling it instead of throwing it in the trash. And it was really eye-opening because there's a raging debate in the recycling and trash community. Is it worth hauling recycling down the road, processing it, putting it out, and it goes further? And the answer is, when you run the WARM model, yes, because the WARM model takes into account, if you're creating a plastic bottle, you're drilling oil. It takes all that from cradle to
Grave.
cradle to grave. So it was really an interesting exercise. So it's just in 2022, our single stream recycling benefits, we removed 10,626 passenger vehicles off the road. That's big. 5.6 million gallons of fuel, and then tons of CO2 equivalent. And these are just based on the 2022 numbers. So it's big. So when we look at this, we're like, oh, it's $241 a ton. You weigh that against these benefits, and I think it's worth it. So yeah.
I want to ask a question, sort of a real life example. So I bought this drink at lunch today. They make this drink in an aluminum can. It was where I bought it was not offered in an aluminum can, but had it been, I would have bought it in an aluminum can. So why isn't it all just in aluminum cans? Like, what is the benefit for putting it in a plastic bottle instead of a can?
It's cheaper.
Is that
Yeah, it is.
It's lighter.
You're starting to see water now instead of in the plastic
Yeah.
bottles in aluminum. They're offering aluminum, the red Solo cups are now being offered in aluminum where you
Right.
can reuse them more. And when you're done, it can be recycled, but it costs more than the plastic one
I see.
alternative.
What's the environmental impact of having to mine heavy metals to make aluminum?
Well, I don't know that offhand, but it's
That's the thing, that lithium batteries are great, but mining lithium is
it's
not good.
not easy.
The balance, though, is still
Yeah.
falls in the favor of doing the.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a tough
recycling.
one.
Aluminum's infinitely recyclable.
Yeah.
That can over
That's
and
a
over.
big bonus.
Plastic can't. Paper can't. Paper fibers start to break down.
At some
after a
point,
while.
it breaks down where aluminum
Cardboard.
is just perpetually you can make
Aluminum's
the
the
new
best.
cup. Yeah.
It occurs to me
Right.
that if you would just collect all the peanut butter jars and give them to this bear,
I know, I was
clean
thinking-
them for you.
I was just picking up the bear, that bear's going, where's the peanut butter?
I'm sure he was. They hang out in there, the little young ones, because they don't like to go challenge the older ones on the working face. So yeah,
They're stuck with
I'm sure they're getting
cardboard.
some peanut butter jars in there for sure. That's one of my favorite pictures.
That's
That's
great.
pretty, like, looking at you like,
hard at
what?
work. He's sorting for
yeah,
you.
yeah,
Going for the high nutrient density,
Exactly.
good stuff.
making them
He's
earn
in
their,
an office
their
desk
keep.
or something. Called working remote.
Exactly. Well, we had a bear hibernate last 2 years under
I
the
know,
scale
underneath
house,
the
so
trailer.
it's a good employee housing. So we need to do something. So compost and soils. This is probably my favorite program. It has the biggest impact. Again, we have the second largest compost facility in Colorado. In 2022, we composted just over 15,000 tons of material. And 7,500 tons were turned into compost and soil end product and were sold. It's a constant, we're constantly producing it and it's going out. This time of year, we're playing a back and forth on, we have the trommel screen, that big yellow drum, and it goes between soils and compost. We often run out of one or the other because we have to switch and make the other, and then that sells out, and so it's a constant battle. So you'll see in the budget process, we're gonna separate the process so we can run them in conjunction.
Do you have compost available right now?
We do. We
I
should
have to bring my
tomorrow.
own shovel and my own bags.
Yeah.
I got bags from last year, but I didn't bring a shovel last year.
Technically, we have some finished compost on the ground. We ran out. We sent it in for testing yesterday. I should get the fecal coliform back tomorrow.
Because
And
I
if that's okay, we can put it for sale.
need to come out.
Yeah, come out Thursday maybe.
I need to get some too. Pick me up a bag.
Yeah.
A couple 100 pounds.
No problem.
So program revenue this is a money generator. So it brings in about $821,000. The program expenses, that's equipment time, labor, operations, and at the end of the day, it makes about $45,000, which is really good because if you go to a lot of other compost programs around the state run by counties or municipalities, they're a money loser. I think we're just in a really good market. We're in the Rocky Mountains. They don't call it the Rocky Mountains for nothing. We have I say terrible soils. Somebody correct me, they're like very young soils. It's pretty bad soils. So we're just in a really good market for it. So it's about $52 a ton to run that program.
Can you tell us a little bit about just the nutrient density, the quality of the compost? Like how is it optimized for growing stuff?
Oh yeah, it's so we take in food waste, green waste, leaves and grass, brush. We grind our own brush up there, biosolids. And then that's all mixed into and it's about a 90 to 180 day process in total. We send it out. We are U.S. Composting Council certified, so we follow the STA, Standard for Testing Assurance Program, and it checks things like fecal coliform. It makes sure the weed seeds, the temperatures, and that stuff grows in it. A few years ago, we saw clopyralid, which is a persistent herbicide, creeping up into the compost. That was when I first started. Horse manure, animal feed. It's an herbicide that they eat the grass or the grains, doesn't break down in the digestive system, gets put into the compost.
Concentrates.
Yeah, concentrates, doesn't break down the composting process. So if we were to sell that contaminated compost, it would kill sensitive crops like beans and tomatoes and lightweight crops. Not an agricultural specialist, but yeah, so we test to make sure all of that is out of there. So we took manure out. So a lot of people ask, why don't you compost manure? We just can't guarantee that feed that
Herbicides
they were
aren't-
fed, that
Wow.
herbicide.
I wonder if the equestrians understand that their horses are eating all these herbicides.
I don't know. It's a Dow
That's a
chemical
good
product,
point.
which is
I've
hefty
used-
lobbyists that
I've
they
used
don't
the compost
give
in
away.
my raised bed gardens for years because I put everything to winterize. And I'll tell you what, I've had the last year's the best strawberry crops ever. The strawberries like your compost.
It's good stuff. Like I said, it's tested. It grows stuff, and
It has a high water retention value
Yeah.
to it. Moisture gets in, it gets captured, and it holds it in place. So
And this is food that's coming from the entire community, but it's like generally organic. It's coming from high 5-star restaurants now. You know, like, this is the high quality.
it's fancy compost.
My tomatoes are tasting better all the time.
So yeah, so it's a good program. There's always those people out there like, oh, you put biosolids in there, and that's from the wastewater treatment plants. It's perfectly safe, and it's all tested, and we won't sell it until it passes all its testing.
And it bakes. Part
Yep.
of it is
The temperatures right now in those piles are about 160 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's plenty
Sustained.
warm. Yeah,
right, so that's why the bears like to hibernate out there.
Yeah, well, the elk in the winter will come down and sleep in it, so
yeah, they will.
it's warm. So yeah, I just love the compost program. It's
Thanks for that. Yeah, no, I always brag about, that's the program I brag about, because one, it's a profit center.
It is,
Even
and
at-
it's comes in local, stays local, goes out local. It's the best recycling, sustainable reuse program I think out there. And we get comments from people like in other communities that are at high elevation. They're like, "Oh, we can't make it work at that high," and I'm like, "We make it work that high."
We're high.
And we don't have fancy equipment. We don't have windrow turners or anything. We just kind of let it go and do its thing.
Well, I happen to know there are some people who fly private who actually buy the compost here and take it back to Houston and Miami and
Really?
San Francisco
Yeah.
with them. So this
On their
is like they're
private planes.
exporting this compost.
Wow. Okay.
And they get it through TSA?
Private, they
through
fly
TSA.
private. If you pack it in your luggage.
I think it's perfectly legal for TSA. So again, the benefits, we ran the warm model on this. Again, removing 2007 passenger vehicles and conserving just over 1 million gallons of fuel. So very beneficial program. And this is just for 2022. So when looking at climate change, you get compost organic material in the landfill, that creates methane. Composting that's the way to go. We still have some work to do. We're seeing a lot of food waste jump up in the compost based on our waste sort we did last fall. We still have about 5,500 tons of food waste still going into the landfill. Aspen launches their food waste program this month, October. So I know they're distributing the compost bin to the restaurants and businesses. So I expect next year we're going to really see a drop in food waste going into the landfill and
I want to
increasing.
compliment, I think we should compliment the city for enacting that and congratulate the restaurants for going for it. This is huge.
Yeah, and it's going to make a big difference. So
Yeah, with the waste volume going into the landfill, but also adding, a nutrient value to that compost.
It'd be even better.
Probably to see it. So
Yeah.
it's exciting.
it's going to get even better.
You don't have to put gold labeling on the bags.
I know.
There you go. Gold
Well, you used to
standard.
call Mesa Gold, Black Magic or
Mesa
whatever.
Magic.
Mesa Magic.
Oh, right, that's the good stuff.
Leaf repeat. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we'll keep moving along here. I'm sad. Again, we only have an hour.
Oh, great. Yeah, household hazardous waste, where Kathy would get excited about composting. I get excited about household hazardous waste because in this world is where I started my career out of college, helping open up Mesa County's hazardous waste collection facility. And this is such a unique diversion program. It's not something that's standard throughout a municipality or a county government's solid waste programs. This is a really unique program. Most communities will do one-day collection events. I used to volunteer in my college years at these one-day collection events, and they were sometimes not the safest because the materials weren't really managed up front in probably the best ways, but we were doing our best. So these permanent programs, again, are very unique, and to have one in this size of a community is, again, a feather in your cap in terms of her solid waste programs, and developing it even further down the road. I think there's some room that we could do there, but it's such a successful program. Having the electronic waste drop off, batteries, propane cylinders, again, materials that historically have gone right into the landfill. And there are landfills that see in their leachate that they would generate these type of materials. Again, diverting it away from the landfill so you don't have these issues in the future when you are, managing a closed landfill. So diverting this material out is key to the environmental, stewardship of the solid waste department here. And again, it may had a profit. It might look only like $3,000, but in terms of an environmental cleanup with something like that, this is a really, again, a program that Kathy and her crew out there, and me just being a few months on their team, can see the benefits of it, and it's a very successful program.
And where does the electronic waste end up?
Denver, right?
No, Fort Collins.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
IT Refresh is the new contractor. They started last year.
They're pulling the circuit boards apart
Yeah.
and taking out the
Another one with the plastics, very hard to recycle monitors. The plastic around that monitor, again, because of the fire prevention material that's in that. So, yeah, again, one of those materials that pretty much any facility that or any program in Western Colorado is sending their materials to Fort Collins or Denver area to be processed.
That's about the only. And the good news is the big box TVs, we're seeing fewer and fewer.
right.
They're finally fading out, so it's saving the HHW guys
I'm
back.
holding them in one of my spare rooms, just waiting.
Oh, they're so heavy. And another shameless plug, we started this year vapes. Vapes have a lithium ion battery that start fires and recycle piles and trash. So it's a free drop-off. Anybody listening out there, bring your vapes, and we'll take them for free and get them recycled properly.
Is there the vape pens, right? Is there any other place that, like the sheriff's office or any other place that people don't have to take them?
Is there a we could do
Let's look
that.
into that, because
Yeah.
we just talked today about maybe an opportunity for some funding for something like that. Not a lot, but could be possible.
Yeah, and it's just a matter of somebody bringing it out to us, and we can bulk it in a drum and send it away
Yeah,
for
because
safe.
we've got the drug drop-off box
Yeah.
here.
As a matter of fact, we got the idea from the sheriff's department. He was working with the schools. He wanted
Yeah.
a collection program. So,
'Cause you see them everywhere in the street. We were just talking about that.
oh really? Yeah.
Well, and another one that's started showing up, 15 plus years ago, were the shoes that light up. They have a battery associated with them, so instead of just a regular textile
guilty.
that you can
Yeah.
manage, now you have a battery that you got to be
Forgot about that.
All
concerned
kids
about.
have shoes that light up.
Yeah, so it's things that people don't really realize that. That's why
Starts fires. Yeah.
Yeah, starts fires, reacts with other things, and causes problems.
Well, we're going to see, I don't think they'll be coming to you, but as lithium batteries become more ubiquitous, lithium is actually recyclable.
Yeah.
Lithium batteries are actually recyclable, and I think they can do a fairly high percentage of, turnaround and get 90+% return.
We saw our first EV vehicle battery.
Really? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So, okay, so make good question then.
And then we have a battery recycler. He took it.
Right.
He takes the car battery, so it weighs a ton.
Yeah, they're very heavy, yeah.
Yeah, but we saw our first one several months ago. But yeah.
You might start seeing gas-burning cars too, engines, motors.
Yeah, we do
Yeah,
on
right.
occasion.
And another unique diversion programs that are at the landfill at the Pickens County Solid Waste. What do you center? I'm learning it. I've only been here about
That's
8
okay.
weeks. We all name them different things, but at the center there, that's unique to me. Even these programs, and again, I've been in the industry for almost 20 years, but recycling and diverting books. That is a really unique program, and those items, and I have a slide coming up, but all that stuff will go to, I guess, on the Denver again.
Boulder's EcoCycle, they
yep.
fund a low-income reading program, so most of the books get sold to a wholesaler. But yeah, we ship ours down there.
Really unique program. I wasn't aware that was even something that
Now,
could
would
happen.
books go into, do people have to bring books to you, or can they go into the recycle bin at, say, at Brush Creek, we've got the,
Has to come to us, yeah, because we have a separate
you're not
bin.
going to pull them out of that. They
No,
don't
we
get
don't pull
separated.
them
Yeah.
out, yeah.
They're not separated from Single Street.
Yeah.
And the mattress program, I think it was maybe a Northwest COG meeting, and one of the counties, one of the member jurisdictions was touting, we're the first mattress recycling, we're the only one in the state. I said, excuse me, I think we've had one in effect for years, and so, you back it up here. We're
Yeah.
making some credit.
It's good.
But I have a thought about this. Can I real quick, Greg? Yeah. I don't know, because I look at, you're running, you're not making money off of it, but I think it's really difficult for people to get their mattresses to you.
Oh, so
I don't
hard.
have a vehicle to put, I can't just strap it on my Subaru and drive it out there.
Good.
Have we ever thought about doing maybe try it out and do a pickup and have people pre-register and, on like a certain day? And if you prepay and pre-register, because you can pay with a credit card, right?
Oh, yeah.
So they could prepay and say you get, what's it, $25 a mattress now?
35, yeah.
35. So maybe you could do a deal too for the price of, because most people have a set. But just try it out and see how it works for the community. So people are not finding them on the roadsides or at dumpsters or intercept lot.
It's amazing how a mattress can blow out at the back of a pickup
Oh, yeah.
truck.
Oh, you see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing.
They are, yeah, that's a great idea because
And just try it out. and see how
I
it
mean,
works.
I have a RAV4. I have to borrow a pickup truck when I
Yeah,
go
so
to
call me when you want to try it out and we'll do some. So maybe just for Pickens County residents, city and
Yeah.
town
That's a
of
great
Snowmass.
program. Yeah, that's a great idea because there's not a lot of management on site to have to do that. A flatbed,
So maybe it was
vehicle or
something
a
we could try
roll-off or
out.
something. Yeah.
In the springtime when all
Yeah,
the seasonal
spring
folks leave
cleanup.
town.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Something to think about. I have
that
it.
is, yeah. And
great, thanks.
we have programs that are making money, so I think
Yeah.
it's using to divert some of those funds from the C&D unsorted loads.
See if we couldn't try it out, see how it
diversion.
worked.
You can also wrap all the chairlift towers with them too, safety measure.
That's what they do now. They just spray paint them red.
I just can't help but think of the rodeo event where they tie you hold on to the
Oh, right.
skin rawhide on the behind the horse. and get
We
pulled
did
across.
we did
Tie
have a
your
unique
mattress at the back of your car and-
diversion. The airport, there was a wing of an airplane they had to ship out and truck out, and airplane wings are delicate. And he called us and he said, "I need 30 mattresses to cushion and pack this airplane wing in."
Wow.
And I was like, "I got them."
Great idea.
$300 a piece.
Yeah, so that was a good reuse, I felt. I said, you have to go in the trailer and get them because that trailer makes me itchy. But, so,
And I think a mattress, and again, I'm learning myself through this too, it takes up about 2 cubic yards within a land because it's spring and it does not want to compact very well. So makes a lot of sense. It
Yeah.
really
Let's see if
does.
we couldn't try
Trash to
out.
ethanol. That's a good trash to ethanol.
Yeah. So yeah, that's
Yeah,
that was
We're
and
gonna
that.
fly that jet. We're gonna use it for the wings, and we're gonna use it to fly the jet
Yeah,
next.
we hear those mattresses. I don't. They ended up in California, so hopefully they got recycled.
Now wait a
Are
minute.
we on track here? I just want to make sure we're not
we're
getting
Oh,
too
yeah,
distracted.
we'll have
Okay.
plenty of time.
You've got
And
it.
then with the textiles, again, are going to be and that's fine, yeah, it's about under 47 tons of textile type
I use
materials.
that a lot at the right over here. Dropbox.
The average American discards 70 to 80 pounds of textiles and shoes a year.
Yeah,
I'm not average.
and it makes a
I'm below
very
average.
efficient insulation, has high
Yeah,
insulation factor.
shredded insulation.
I've got about twice that stuff stacked up in my living room, waiting to go somewhere.
So do you have, is there a separate like reusable textiles and non-reusable textiles?
Not yet. We're kind of working between two companies. There's a new local Colorado one that will do that. They're just getting started and they're having trouble meeting demand, our demand. So we kind of bounce between Use Again, who we've had for years, who just will sort it out, and I think they make some rags, but this Colorado company gets it into local Colorado like reuse programs for like shelters, women's shelters and such.
Goodwill kind of.
Yeah, and then shreds it, and then towels and everything they shred to make a rag program.
Next year's ski suits.
Yeah.
So right now, all the textiles just go in one place, and then
Yeah, and so if this Colorado company, Nocotex, gets a little bit more going, we'll probably shift more towards them than Use Again.
Okay.
So.
Wow, great. I hope, how often you get to go out and give presentations to other, like you're at the forefront of this. You guys are the
Yeah,
standard bearers. So
We just gave a presentation in Colorado Swana in Grand Junction a few weeks ago. So yeah, and we're
I just actually
National.
sent my presentation to be accepted and approved to speak at a national conference in Phoenix with the Solid Waste Association of North America.
there you go.
Yeah.
You'll take a tour of their landfill
I
when
love
you're
those
there.
conferences where you go talk trash.
I love it's all chalk and trash.
You're the only ones
It's
who
our
are allowed
people.
to talk trash. Anyone else will be thrown from the room.
Just going through our numbers here again, the books go to a low-income reading program in Boulder. The textiles we talked about, reuse and insulation in a rag program, and then mattresses. 90% of that mattress will be recycled. That other 10%, I was educated just on our way in. That's that foam material. As again, any of that material just can't be. And some of the, I guess, what they can make out of it is what you said, like foam padding for dollhouses.
The memory foam beds, they make dog beds. It's a cool program, Springback,
Yeah,
Colorado,
really
and he
neat.
trains people that have had a hard past, gives
I
them
mean,
job
they take
skills.
the wires out and recycle. I mean, they
The
do
metal,
spring
and
that
your
recy-
wood framing gets ground into
Yeah,
mulch. Yeah, it's a cool program.
So again, the environmental benefit there, for the landfill is almost 4,000 cubic yards of landfill airspace saved. That's a big
It's in
deal.
2022 alone.
Yeah.
I hope the newspaper journalists are listening to this, because this is like one of our biggest dilemmas, and you guys have made a huge stride in helping, at least slow down filling of our landfill as we're trying to expand capacity. But this is adding years of life to the
Oh,
landfill.
absolutely. Yeah.
So what I didn't see was the financials for soils, like gravels and rocks. And,
I didn't break that out. I was focusing mostly on municipal.
okay.
I told Brian Pettit, I said I had the hardest time with this. I had so much data, I couldn't contain it.
That's also a very successful program.
Yeah, and falls under Cameron's construction demo program. Cause
You have gravel right now?
yeah.
I think they had a little bit.
I know it takes a guy that comes through and
Yep. We just
yeah.
had it crushed this fall, so we have every product, and we have the screened rock, which is the most popular, but going quick. Hurry up and get to the landfill and get
then I
your
gotta
stuff.
figure out how to load it in my Subaru and put it back in.
We can toss it in with a bucket. Make a
I do my
mess.
body workout with those composting. Bringing Greg that. How many bags of compost?
I'm going to make seed bombs, wildflower seed bombs
that's
that
right.
we can toss onto the far corners of the property.
Oh, yeah.
Clay,
a great idea.
compost, and wildflower seed. You
All
make
right.
little like a ball, golf ball size.
And he has to do it without the help of his daughters.
Yeah, they're not even here, so I've got to do it. Get the neighbors to help.
Well, we got the stuff.
You can borrow my daughter.
Perfect. They can come help.
Actually, your son would probably have more fun.
He'll throw them.
Yeah, the Motherlode Mercantile. Yeah, this is our newest program. Started a year and a half ago, June 3rd. It was on the same day we opened our new North Expansion landfill, so it was a big day at the landfill. It's a diversion program, but Natalie put it, it's a community resource. So it is amazing what comes in and every day, and just fancy treasures and just dishes. And we broke it down. I have it here. Didn't put it in the presentation, but just some of our top goods. We have sold 1,716 skis since we opened.
Is that a set of skis or?
That's just one single ski. Yeah, we sell them. A lot of people buy them to make
500
chairs.
pairs. Oh,
Brian
sorry.
has some at home he's using, so there's some good pairs that come in still. They get made into chairs and fences and such. So $1 each. Why not? You can find the treasures. They're still good. Chairs. We've sold 894 chairs. Table record albums. 837 albums.
Wow.
Vinyl's back.
And they were the great prices and great selection. They made great Christmas presents to people who like vinyl.
Yeah.
Great.
So it's just so much fun. Bikes. We've sold 271 bikes, and Natalie worked with the Navajo Nation and donated 57 bikes. And they took them back and they're fixing them up and distributing them to kids and residents on the reservations. 480 tables, 173 dressers. It's just amazing every day what's coming in and going. And every day we hear from people, this is awesome. I'm so glad you're doing this. And, the stories, we have a gentleman that he lives in Rifle, and he bought an old farmhouse across from the bowling alley there in Rifle. And he's furnishing and fixing it up with everything he's getting from the Motherlode Mercantile.
Right.
We had a family, the grandmother, they were moving the grandmother up from Mexico. They furnished her a little apartment they set up for under $100, sofas and chairs, and just really great thing. And it's fun. You see roommates come in. They're coming in for the ski season. We had a group of girls the other day, and they bought all their dishes and a chair and all sorts of fun things. So it's really just good energy and fun.
Sometimes that stuff comes back around. We can resell it.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, exactly. Some stuff comes back.
An area where they can all hang out. Like, do you have people? Like, is this becoming a meeting place?
It is. It's a place to be seen. It's the hottest retail outlet
I'll keep that
in
in mind.
Aspen. We get people that come up every day. Some people just want to come up and talk and socialize. You get people up there. And it's just,
There's this espresso machine. That's a profit center. Just, you know.
there isn't an espresso machine. Don't spread that rumor. There's some used ones we could.
Okay.
But yeah, so the program revenue, it's still not making money, but Natalie and Aaron are getting it there. We're trying to figure out pricing. We don't want to price it too high because we really want it to be for local residents. And we want them to be able to have access to, really reasonably priced good furniture and home goods and just some treasures. It's fun to see somebody who gets like this bowl that probably cost $1,000 for $10, and they get this treasure they never would have had before. So we're getting it pretty close, I think, over the next couple years. And then, sizes are, we're kind of constrained in the size. We have shipping containers out there now, and then the old crew room break building is what we're using. So we're limited on size because it's all about product moving through, but yeah.
Weren't we purchasing a tent?
We were going to move the household hazardous waste tent down. Nobody wanted to move it, and it was going to cost $50,000 to move. And it's an old tent anyways, so we're just like, yeah. So we just got shipping containers, which are really fairly cheap, and then just set up that, and it works great. So.
How about a food truck? You need a food truck out there?
Hot dog stand, yeah.
Yeah. Well, Whole Foods brings in a lot of good food, just divert it from the compost.
Maybe that'll be my next job.
It is fun to go down there.
It is. Yeah.
And so if you kind of counted, if everything was going to the landfill, which probably wouldn't have been, it's 139 tons have been diverted through the Motherlode. And if it was going to the landfill, which it's hard to say if it would have or not, 1,600 cubic yards of landfill airspace saved. And now on the Cameron.
Construction and demolition diversion. I was hired primarily to run this program, and I want to just take a step back and just to tell how this program was developed, I think, in such a unique way. I worked in county government for almost 20 years. And to have the collaboration between inter-county departments, having the community development permits working hand in hand with the solid waste division, that in itself is very unique, and the cooperation there is great. The program was set up, I think, in a very unique way, and I think it's a very efficient manner. I'm going to take my time to really understand it and then try to find some efficiencies, but overall, the program was set up really, really well. And to have that connection between permitting and collecting a diversion deposit for waste that's going to be taken out of there, I didn't realize how much demolition activities occur in Pitkin County. A lot of material that was filling up the landfill. Having this program to make everybody a part of that diversion, the stakeholders, the customers of the landfill, the different companies that are doing the demolishing and the remodeling, having them stewards with us to try to divert it where they understand why we have that program. And moving forward in terms of educating those individuals, because they're on the front line with us of diverting this. It starts with them. So having an efficient outreach and education program, just kind of going along with her single stream recycling outreach and education, this also needs to have that. Maybe it's a little bit more pointed to the companies that utilize this type of program, but all in all, understanding it, why we're doing it, and understanding the benefits, I think, are key. Because overall, we're not here to take deposits. We want them just to make sure that they're partners with us and they're diverting as much of this material as they can and hitting their goals. Minimum 35% they need to divert from their projects. Just went up. And seeing where, hey, thinking it through, I went on my first site tour with a company that called me and said, hey, we would love you to come out here to help us identify additional waste streams. How can we divert it? How can we make it more efficient on our site? That's more of that type of communication, I think, will be key to increasing that 84%, which is, again, top in the nation, or one of the top in the nation, definitely in the state of Colorado. Again, another kudos to Pitkin County for taking this program and moving it forward. So this program has a lot of, I think, still left. There's still some things there that we can do to make it even more efficient and increase that diversion or that recycling rate a little bit more.
Mm-hmm. And it's also, go ahead. Also important to note, Aspen's starting to dive into it now too.
Yeah, I've been working.
They have 6 programs that they're tracking. They installed Green Halo and we linked it to our scale system, so they're moving that way.
They've been asking us about it for years.
Yeah.
About time we moved.
Yeah, and I've had some communication with the city of Aspen just almost on a weekly basis to develop a very similar program, and utilizing the Green Halo, I think, is key because it's an amazing software program. Again, I kind of was out of the solid waste world for about 6 years, and to have that type of software tracking and also connected to your scale is just huge. You have instant. Back in the day, it would take you a week to find out, well, how much material came across the scale or how much was diverted. It would take some time to develop that and pull that data. Mm-hmm. It's pretty much instantaneous, and the public can pull it up and see what type of diversion we're having. So an awesome program, and again, glad that Aspen and that collaboration has occurred before I got here. Now it's just important for me to keep that moving forward in a productive way, and to the point of actually I would love to contact some of our haulers that bring this material and some of the companies that have to actually initiate the Green Halo accounts to find out where we can find some efficiencies, where they're seeing some of the hang-ups, because we do want to make this as smooth as possible, and where it can benefit the whole community.
That's really great. I think some of the communications methods you're developing and using could transfer to other elements of renewables, for instance. And you know, we talk at core, like how do we get a workforce who can actually take care of the new technologies, heat pumps and things like that.
Yes.
And it seems like the
Technology.
communications mechanisms you're using, working with an industry has been set in its ways for decades,
Yeah.
and trying to bring them around, or maybe perhaps they're driving it. That's really valuable information. I'd love to learn more, and I'd love to be able to share that with, you know, as we're trying to bring on people to adopt heat pumps instead of gas boilers, for instance. I'll be talking about that later.
Yeah.
You know, it's hard to move an industry, and it sounds like you're doing it somehow.
We were really surprised when we first jumped into this. We get a lot of pushback, and we heard from most of the contractors like, I am so tired of trashing these gorgeous houses and seeing it go to the landfill. So they were instantly on board and was like, all right.
Oh, that's great. That's really
Yeah, I know we have just a few minutes, but my presentation, to go off what you were saying, Greg, my presentation isn't about diverting C&D material, the one that I like to give at this national conference. It's the collaboration of the internal governmental departments working together to develop this program. That's why this is so successful. You have the buy-in of where it needs to be. It starts with the permitting piece of a demo and a building permit, and then it just filters out down to the landfill. So that's the presentation I want to get, because a lot of communities are like, oh, I would love to institute one of these, but I just don't know how. This is how you do it.
Oh, great. Oh, God, maybe you should come back and give that locally. Get it
Well, hey,
published.
I'll do it, yeah.
Great, thank you.
Garfield County.
Yeah, there you go.
And again, this is just a screen grab from our Green Halo, and you can see that on the PCIN, and then we also have a link to it on our landfill website. So the public, anybody can go look at this.
And can you tell us just how much that has improved in 5 years or 3 years or since you initiated it, just so I can get a sense of how much was diverted previously? And
Yeah, it was really hard to tell because this program only covers unincorporated Pitkin County, but we saw a significant jump. Probably contractors are around 30-40% maybe recycling. And it, like you see, it's gone up to about 84, bobbles around between 84 and 90%. So,
that's
huge.
great.
yeah, that deposit, yeah, there's a lot of money in
How
there
does that
sometimes.
compare to the percentage of landfill? Was it 62% C&D previously? Was the word we hear.
About
And that's still the same percentage, but
Yeah, it's about 53% of C&D still going into the landfill. And again, that's mostly the C&D's coming from Aspen, Snowmass Village, Down Valley. So it's really important when Cameron's here to get these other communities on board because they're the bigger impact.
so we can blame the Down Valley for filling up our landfill.
We
Oh, I love
can,
that.
maybe.
You can send our
Leverage.
trash their way.
Get Tom Jankowski on the phone.
Okay, yeah, well, Carbondale is about to split, so.
Oh, thank you for that.
Yeah, and then just going forward, again, we plan to put together every year just a waste diversion kind of year in review. But we've also started a countywide waste diversion plan, or a lot of communities call it a zero waste plan. So Cameron and I are getting started on that, and that'll work into our diversion numbers. We still have a lot of work to do. We still have a lot of food waste, organic still going into the landfill that could be composted. So we're going to this program, this plan will set a goal. We're at 62% for MSW diversion. Set goals for years out to get to 70, 80, 90% maybe. And that will be annually tracked and do a progress report. So probably expect us next spring to come in and give you a view of the draft plan going forward.
Great,
Wonderful. Thank you. Is that it?
good stuff.
Yeah, look at it. We're a minute under.
30
Wow.
seconds.
I came in a minute under. Thanks for giving us that minute.
Yeah, it's
Thanks, guys.
I'm
was
going
great.
to give us a 5-minute break.
Yeah, perfect. I was gonna take one, so it's perfect.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So we're taking 5 minutes off, and then we'll bring Linda up.
you're a good egg.
Well done. Good job. Great presentation.
I could be here all day talking trash. It's not his first rodeo.
right, and we're back. Tuesday, October 3rd work session. This is the next really fun event of the day, which is the 2:45 p.m. prep for elected official transportation committee meeting on October 5th, where all 15 electeds in the Upper Valley, Snowmass, Aspen, and Pitt can get together and solve problems. And Linda's going to make sure that happens.
Is it really going to happen on Thursday? I heard the city was trying to change the date.
Oh, fine with me.
Brian, the city didn't change the date for the meeting?
No. Yeah, well, we had originally.
Well, no, but then we heard they were still thinking about changing it, so we've got it on our agendas twice. I'm like, do we have to do it twice?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay, are we?
Yeah, we
we're
hopefully
almost-
won't have that problem again.
Linda's bringing up her
to the
Zoom.
Crystal River. thing
Am I
by
supposed to take that seriously?
And then I do that, I get rid of that, that can go away.
Should we ask
From
She's
there,
talking
Ashley to
to-
come down a little early?
how do I get rid of this?
Tell Ashley we're going to try and get her in earlier.
Thank you.
And she does such great notice, we don't need her to read them all to us, because her stuff is very thorough.
Okay, Linda, take it away.
All right. Howdy, Linda Dupriest, Regional Transportation Director for the EOTC, here to prep you guys for our fall meeting this coming Thursday. It'll be at the City of Aspen starting at 4, in person and virtual. And I just want to know now who all is planning to attend.
I will be there in person.
Okay. Oh, you
Hey,
are here,
Steve, are you
Greg.
going to? I'm planning to be here on the 5th.
Oh, great, because you weren't originally.
It was originally I was going to be out of town the 13th.
Okay, great.
Steve, you're going to be in town or here? He's here. Okay.
Well, I'm gonna try to be there in person. I have a physical therapy appointment before then, so I'll already be almost to town. And I'm gonna plan on coming in person.
Okay, great. So,
And then, will
Francie,
Francie
I
be?
think Francie will be in town.
Okay, great. Anybody who's going to be calling in remotely, we originally the remote meeting link that City of Aspen sent along was the wrong one, so I sent out a new one in an update to your calendars. So
I got it.
make sure everybody accepted that invitation, because if you're going to do virtual, the link will be in there. Here's our agenda. We're just going to switch things up a little bit. We're going to move the EOTC member updates after the public hearing on the budget and work plan, and then we'll do a brief update on 2023 work plan projects before we get into the public hearing on 2024. We're only going to review 4 projects from 2023. The first is the progress on the Brush Creek Park and Ride. We've got the pavement, the landscaping. It's beautiful out there. We still have the lighting to go in and the EV, the electrical infrastructure, which will include the EV infrastructure, and the lights are all going to be in by early December. But we did want to go ahead with a ribbon cutting. And pretty much the only date we can do that is the 26th of October. It'll be mid-morning, and we would love for anybody to come along to that.
What day is that?
It's a Thursday.
And I have a Northwest COG meeting that day, starts at 10, so I will not be there.
Somebody will be there. Great.
Darn.
Yes.
Questions about, the big questions for the neighborhood are the lighting. That's a huge one. Other questions I've heard and we could discuss are the parking drop-off. Somebody wrote us a letter because they're confused about, it became a much bigger hassle than what they used to do. And, I'm sure it'll be sorted out and it's been thought of, but I want to bring that up. And then I have my little thing on electric charging and where electric vehicles are going.
I have
And
to
I'll
tell
share
you,
that when you're ready for me. What?
I drove into the Intercept lot the other day and was like, where am I? It's really nice. And I meant to call you and tell you, Linda, it is, I know it's been both of you, it's been a difficult project, but it looks awesome.
It really does.
It really looks nice. So thank you.
That's good to hear. I can't take any credit. I came in at the last bit
You got her done, though.
It was interesting. We had a emergency with the ash trees with this new ugly bug that came over the Vale Pass into the western slope. We had to switch out all the trees
Oh, really?
midstream. Yeah, that was an interesting challenge. Yeah, there is a new bug called the emerald ash borer.
Yep.
That's been working its way from the Midwest into Colorado for about 15 years, and it was finally discovered on the western slope for the first time, right about the time we were
Putting in ash trees.
putting the trees in or ordering the trees for this. It was discovered by Carbondale's arborist, found it on the western slope. And they got the word out to everybody, and we all sort of panicked because ash was not our entire inventory out there, but we worked with the landscape provider and got a variety of species sourced at the last minute. So that was fun.
But it looks great. So thank you.
Oh, great! This is the bike path right here that goes along on the north side of the transit system, and before bicyclists had to go through the parking lot. So it's really nice, and there's still a pad for the restrooms there that we're going to talk about for 2024.
Great.
We're going to do a brief update after a conversation I had with CDOT about the HOV lane. I'm going to show you a couple of slides of the data that so far we have collected on the trial we're doing with a company called Recor for our automatic vehicle counters. And then City of Aspen's going to give us an update on the 2 new studies that they have just started. Pete Rice will do that for us.
I just heard that at Accra. So I just heard it at Accra. I get to hear it again.
So you won't have to listen during that part. Although with Aspen's, transportation challenges, it's always good to hear it over and over.
Well,
because
maybe
it's
I'll
so complicated.
hear if it's the same as it was last week.
It probably will be. Okay, so for 2024, we've got 3 main strategy areas that we're going
Great
forward
photo.
with. For the Brush Creek Park and Ride, now that we've got $8 million worth of improvements out there, we want to keep moving forward with how to make it better and make it work better for what it was originally intended for. In starting this project, we ran into some big challenges with inhabited vehicles, some people living in their cars and RVs that are the workforce, some that are transit folks. We encountered a lot of safety issues out there with generators and open cans of gasoline and people sort of clustering together in little villages and also some corporate vehicle storage that had been sort of historical happening out there that might not be within the agreement of CDOT when they dedicated the land for a park and ride lot. So we are going to ask, the staff is asking for some funds to actually work with a regional parking lot consultant on what monitoring and management tools we might use out there. We would do, of course, community conversation about what should and should not be happening at that lot. And so that's one project we're going to do next year, should you all approve that. We're also going to revisit the 2 pieces of the federal project that we couldn't do within it because the bids came too high. We're asking for some funds to do some value engineering on the original plan set that was prepared for a federal project, that when we pull the 2 pieces, which are the restrooms and the bus turnaround lot, when we pull those out of a federal package, we can probably get much lower cost bids on that. So we would like to pursue that in 2024 and see what we get. Moving forward with the transit improvement program, we're going to go back to Buttermilk and look at grade crossing and safety improvements like we discussed last June when y'all decided not to move forward with the grade separation. The Truscott to Owl Creek Trails moving forward. We'll be going into complete design in 2024, construction documents, and then huddling up with the city of Aspen in February to see if this can get onto their 2025 trail capital plan, since it will be in their jurisdiction and it will be one of their trails. And then finally, the town of Snowmass Village, as part of a community connectivity plan they came up with a few years ago, this year wants to get started on a bike and pedestrian route from the housing development they have there on Brush Creek Road at Divide Road. It's employee housing and worker housing. People are now walking in the road to get up to the mall and the transit station. And this is a project to widen that section, move a guardrail in and put a bike and ped route behind the guardrail, and then further delineate it as it moves up the hill. They've asked for 50% funding on that, and so we're putting that before y'all as well.
Which is about $650,000.
This is the 50%. And Ann Martins, who's the Director of Public Works for Snowmass, and then Mike Horvath, their city engineer, will be here on Thursday to present that project. And then our comprehensive travel data monitoring and reporting. Of course, our vehicle counters that we've been talking about for a year, those are all going to be installed in the spring. And then we'll produce a report on all travel behavior in the Upper Valley, including motor vehicles, type of vehicle, speeds, transit ridership, and bicycle pedestrian travel on selected trails, so that we have a whole complete picture of everyone who's moving around the valley. This is just a snapshot of some numbers we've put to some of these projects. And I'll go into more detail on all of these. The highlighted one is a mistake I made in the packet. I left out a 0. I put 5,000 and we think it might be around 50,000. It could be a lot less.
Restroom bid planning, is that the one?
I thought 5,000 was a great number.
Yeah, good mistake. And this 50K is what we think we'll have to spend to value engineer and redo plans. Not completely redo them, but redo them for a locally bid project versus a federally bid project.
We have the bid results from the previous company, and so we know where we've got areas that we can improve on and hopefully scale back that project.
Federal criteria versus local regional criteria could change the numbers pretty dramatically, is what you're saying.
That will work too, in our favor.
And we also shot kind of high on some things like some fancy flooring and it wasn't me. Y'all did that.
The thing I see is that contingencies now, I used to think of contingencies as 5 or 10%, but I'm seeing 30% contingencies. And when you put a 30% contingency on something, you're kind of just killing the project. It signals to me that you don't want to do it. Right? You know, that when it comes to us like that, it's like, you guys don't want to do this, and you're adding so much. But I also realize in the current state of things, this is what's happening. You don't know. So when the contingencies get that high, it's just like, okay, how can we take it seriously? Not that you're doing that. I'm just saying, that it happens. Yeah. So.
Yeah, and we really need some construction companies to move into the Western Slope for sure. We just don't have enough potential bidders for the market.
You're still going. Keep going. I wanted to talk just a little bit about the EVs and share the data I gathered on that, but it depends on when you want me to.
We can do that.
Okay, just regarding EV charging at the park and ride, I know there must be an algorithm that helps determine what's to be needed. But just to share some basic data from the Colorado Automobile Dealers Association, there's a 10.5% of new vehicles sold in Colorado are electric now. Pitkin County and Boulder County lead that, so I'm going to guess Pitkin County is twice that, and Boulder probably as well. The goal is 940,000 electric vehicles on the road by 2030. That's 6.5 years from now. To 100% EV saturation by 2050. But that 6.5 years is a 900% increase in the number of EVs on the road because we currently have 94,000 electric vehicles in Colorado. So in the next 6.5 years, we're expecting that to go up 900%. So EV chargers, a level 1 EV charger is a 120 volt outlet. It adds maybe two. I've never seen one add 5 miles of range per hour. Usually it's 1 or 2 miles of range per hour at a level 1 EV charger. So they're practically useless unless it's in your house or you've parked your car for several days to get a charge. So level 2 chargers are valuable. You get up to 25 miles per hour. And those are much easier. Those are like the home chargers we have. And then when you get to the DC fast chargers, sure, it'd be great to have DC fast chargers out at Brush Creek if you came in, but probably won't happen there. But level 2, I'd say minimum, don't bother with level 1 unless it's like a little add-on that just allows access to one more space or something. But it'd be better to scrap level 1 chargers altogether. It'd be my question would be, why wouldn't we be doing that? And then there's more. I can share more on chargers and building the home network and all that. Most electric vehicles are probably going to be charged at home. If people have a home and have a home charger, that's going to be where the best savings for electric vehicles come from. But we're still going to need the public network, and CDOT and the feds and everybody are working on building out these charger networks. And no doubt Brush Creek is a big part of it. I just want to make sure we don't, in 3 or 4 years, go, gee, we should have put in twice as much, made the pipe bigger to run more conduit, whatever it has to be done to be prepared.
Well, and that's the good news, is we have additional conduit that we put in there to service beyond what we're going to install. So Linda has a
you
grant
future-proofed
application, and we're going to put all level 2s in, by the way, just so you understand that.
Glad to hear it, because it said something about level 1. I thought, why?
No.
Yeah, I have a question. I think it's great, the people that are going in that direction, but, we don't build gas stations. So, when does the private sector start to really kick in as far as that? Because, and because it's kind of hard for me. We're not.
I can share one thing that might help you. The subsidies for fossil fuel vehicles are 7 times those for electric. At this point, we have been subsidizing gas power. We don't build government gas stations, but we do so much in the way of subsidies. It's a factor of 7 times that of electric. So
How do you subsidize my car that's gasoline? The government.
the government is subsidizing fuel companies,
Oh,
petroleum
okay, on the
companies,
bigger side.
production of gas.
Are they
So-
is the
that's
government
the-
helping with?
The insurance industry,
Yeah,
all
yeah,
kinds of
So much.
ways.
There's
Yeah.
so much there. So,
Well, I just,
yeah.
we're using land, and the other concern is, and then we're gonna see more of, is people who park there in the morning and their cars is gonna be there. And so it's gonna be filling up first come, first serve. So other people, because I've talked to people that are going to Denver and sometimes they have to drive, they wait 2 hours at a charging facility somewhere along I-70. I did hear about a parking lot at DIA where you can go in, you pre-sign up for the electric chargers, bring your car and you leave your keys like valet parking and they move your car around the lot.
Great idea.
Which I think is a great idea. We couldn't do that here. We'd have to have a valet guy sitting out there moving cars all day. But, maybe come to that. I want that job.
Right. We're looking for jobs to do in our
Yeah.
post-commissioner life.
But that,
I'll be there.
there's just other things. But yeah, I know that we did the infrastructure for the future when we can hook those up as funds come along, and we should be looking at grants and opportunities, Greg, in order for us to do that.
And we are. I send stuff to Michael Port all the time. He's
Yeah.
tired of hearing from me. Thank
We-
you. Sorry to diverge.
Oh, no, that's great. We do have one grant application in for out there with Holy Cross as a partner. We haven't heard yet from that. But if we hear no, we will just start looking for all kinds of other funding because it's popping up all the time.
Yeah.
And
There's
get-
state grants, there's
and let
federal
us know,
grants.
Yeah. I know there are
Yeah.
EV charging companies are looking for opportunities like, I don't know if ChargePoint is the one, somebody's been in touch with you, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And we
Okay.
have a new grant person coming in, hopefully soon, with the county. We can help maybe with the OTC.
And she's leading that. Yeah.
Okay. And we also have one with Northwest Cog now too, so a grant. person.
Okay, how are we?
Oh, 5 minutes.
I said we were going to finish early to get Ashley in early.
Okay, so we will talk briefly about the 5-year budget, and I'll talk a little bit about the revenues. Nothing earth-shattering here. You know, pretty much what it's been for the last couple of years, only a few percentage points more revenue coming in. And then these are our proposed dates for 2024.
Subject to change.
And I am not going to let anybody change them
Okay.
once they're set. No, that's not
Tell
true.
me
I know
where
it's
to
not
show
up to me.
Tell me when and where to show up. I'll be there. If I'm out of
Yeah. So
They're all in the packet.
any questions about anything in the packet before Thursday that I can help y'all with?
No, good packet, as
That'll
always.
look good. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. See you in 2 days.
2 days.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And I have my
Okay.
packet all
And-
ready to bring
And
to
since
the
we just had a break, we're not going to take a break now.
That's okay.
So Ashley, you're on deck. 4 minutes early. Actually, no, 15, more than that. My God, 19 minutes early. We just picked up 19 minutes. Thank you.
Is this somebody's water bottle?
Yeah, it's not mine. I think the wildlife group.
Oh, thanks, Linda. That was great.
The mother in you left their
Nice
water
water
bottle.
bottle. I'll bet that was Kathy's or Michael's.
Oh, yeah, they're all into reusable.
That's right. it's
Hers
reusable.
would say something on it like, throw your trash or
No,
trash.
yeah, it's an unmarked bottle.
That's scary.
April's here. Oh, I know what this is about.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Ashley Pearl, Community Resiliency Manager for Bacon County. And I am so excited because I get to officially introduce you to the West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition and their new staff member, and then you get to hear from them today. So as a quick reminder, West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition is a nonprofit organization. I serve on the board representing Picken County, and we had a big hand in getting us kicked off. So some of our roadmap funding went to getting the coalition going, and then we've been supporting them with my staff time in kind. So that's why I'm especially excited, because it means we don't do as much work for them now. We get to be more of a regular board member, a regular member, now that April's on. So,
And Heather's on with us.
and
too.
Heather's on too, and I'm going to introduce them all. So just so you know the purpose here today, we're moving into budget season, as the board's well aware, and I'm going to present right after this about the remaining ARPA money that the board needs to assign. And so last week you heard from Christina Gare from the West Mountain Regional Health Alliance, kind of about some of the housing opportunities that need funding. And then we wanted to complement that with this presentation from Heather and April from the coalition, which complements it by bringing up additional funding opportunities and funding needs in the housing space. So that hopefully at the end of this, the board has like a pretty broad picture of what's going on in the housing space and where the needs are and where the opportunities are. And then I'll follow up with a discussion with the board later this afternoon about if we want to put any of our funding towards any of these opportunities you hear about. And then also you've only heard about the coalition from me. You haven't actually heard like the bigger picture, how we came to be, what the work plan is. So that's just a great opportunity here today. So Heather Henry is our board co-chair on the West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition, and April Long is the newest addition to the coalition. She's our program director and our first staff member, and you'll know April from her other work with ROAPA, and she was formerly at the City of Aspen, and we are so excited to have her. She brings a ton of experience working with coalitions and boards and moving this sort of work, and by that I mean coalition building, impact heavy work forward in the valley. But Heather, I think you're just going to take it from there, and I'm here to answer more detailed questions, and I'll follow up afterwards.
Great, thanks. Welcome, Heather. Welcome, April.
Thank you. Can you guys hear us okay?
Yep.
All right, super. Yes, thank you so much, Ashley. I am technically the representative for Carbondale also. So I was able to kind of start in with this as it became official while I was still a trustee in Carbondale. I'm no longer a trustee, but asked to be able to stay on as Carbondale's representative on their seat. So that's been fantastic. I am co-chair with Betsy Crum, the representative in Snowmass. So I'm going to go through a little bit of a presentation that I think is just going to walk you all through where we've been since our creation, kind of where we are now, and then especially focus in on some of our top tier programs that we are our launch programs, essentially, that we're putting all of our resources and all of April towards, which is great. So I'll go through that. I'm going to give April a little chance to kind of speak and say hi, and what she's been up to in the very short period of time, month and a half or so she's been on board. And then we'd love to just make sure we leave plenty of time to answer some questions. So I'm going to share my screen, fingers crossed that works. Okay. Everybody see this?
If you can enlarge it,
presentation?
yep, you've got it, you're on it. If you're just making it big enough that we see the full frame and not the next slide.
And so Heather, we are seeing your presentation view with the, like it shows the notes. So if you click those 3 dots in the middle of the screen, we should be able to say hide presenter view.
Almost there.
It's on my other screen at home, which is the channel.
That's pretty good. Be nice to get rid of all that.
Otherwise, under the slideshow tab, there should be a checkbox to not use the presentation notes. So in the ribbon across the top where there's home, insert, draw, we have an item called slideshow. Oh. Let's
Say
end
that
the
one again.
let's end the presentation there.
Sorry, I wasn't following that.
So let's pull up PowerPoint. And
Yep.
looks like we're not. So in the menu across the top, the ribbon, there's an item called slideshow. Yep, over to the right.
Yep.
And then there's a checkbox for use presenter view. Let's uncheck that. Over on the right of your mouse.
Yeah, I got to get my Zoom controls out of the way. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Uncheck
Let's
that.
uncheck that, and then we'll say present from beginning. That should do it.
And present from beginning. Yeah. My 2 screens is messing it up. Is this okay? And can you guys see this enough?
Pretty well. It's kind of hard to read anything smaller than the mission.
Like this view of it?
Full frame view.
We can like see background and mission, but we, oh, there we go.
You're there. You got
Oh,
it.
now.
Don't change
Yay.
a thing.
Okay. Yeah. Sweet. Thank you. Okay. So, briefly, I think many of you have a sense of this background. Really, the Housing Coalition has been underway, and in discussion for probably at least 6 years. So this coalition in its previous form, and with help from you all and others that are our current members, we were the instigator, essentially, of the 2018 Valley-wide housing study. And so when we hear in various discussions the referenced gap of anywhere between 2,000 and 4,000 units in our valley, that comes from that 2018 study. So that was our initial impetus prior to COVID, of kind of how we came together to set the stage and gather the data for really what were and are the issues in our valley. Subsequent to that and post-COVID, we came together more officially. So in early 2020, we had our letter of interest between 5 municipalities, 2 counties, and CMC is also one of our founding members. So as Ashley mentioned, we took a lot of the work from the Roaring Fork Valley Roadmap, and we ended up kind of blending that all together as the coalition officially launched. The roadmap group was able to take the 2018 study and do the supplemental research so that we could see now how the gap has changed since 2018, both in cost and need, et cetera. So that was fantastic. You'll see in our successes, we spent time developing our strategic plan. So our 2023 to 2026, our 3-year strategic plan. And the mission that you see here is our refinement of what we're here to do. And so a big part of this is twofold. One, it's all about regionalism, right? So it's all about bringing all of us together under this umbrella of this coalition. And then two, for the sole purpose of increasing affordable housing. And you'll see kind of what that means to us. But fundamentally what it's meant is that we are very focused on programs, programs that will get people into houses, okay? One of our other really critical components was that we not duplicate other work. So let's say the Coalition for Homelessness, senior housing. You know, there were a lot of pieces of the puzzle that like things were already happening. So we really dissected that quite a bit and said, okay, and then where can we fit in to, you know, make the greatest impact and get people into the housing and, you know, increase the whole stock of affordable housing. So just a quick reminder, we have, these are our members right now. So these are the folks that are both individuals that are seated in their seats and then what member they represent. So we are a 501c3 nonprofit, and we have very specifically decided on that as opposed to, you know, other versions that might set us up as a housing authority and things like that. And a lot of that comes from being able to think about funding in very creative ways. And a nonprofit can have some more creativity than, let's say, the housing authority. So these are our representatives, as you can see here. We do have jurisdictions as well as Colorado Mountain College, CMC, and we do have member at large seats. So right now, one of those seats is filled by David Myler. Again, as mentioned, I think we went one ahead. Okay, so talking very quickly about our successes, we went through this whole process, the branding, our naming, ensuring a certain amount of inclusivity. So our region is in fact from Aspen, Pitkin County, all the way down the Colorado River Valley and to the western edge of Garfield County. So that is officially the region for the coalition. And so we did a lot to kind of think about that and brand that and make sure that our naming was very inclusive of that. We finalized our status again as a 501c3. We've increased our member funding, so we are a member-based 501c3, meaning if you become a member, there is right now kind of a member fee to then have your representative sit, and that is what Pitkin County does, as well as the other folks you saw on the previous list. We will increase that those membership fees so that we have a very healthy fund, just operational fund going into 2024 to $160,000. With this year, we were able to hire on April. She'll get to say hi in a few minutes. Officially, really, her title is as program director. So you're going to see part of this presentation is talking about the programs that we have and are teed up and are ready to go. So that'll be April's focus is on those programs. We also completed our strategic plan, which was an absolutely incredible process. And really help to hone in on who we are, who we're serving, and how we get this thing successfully launched and off the ground with our programs. I'll go into this a little bit, but Bohannon and Houston were able to help us with our program toolkit, is what we're calling this. So this has developed our programs really for the next probably 10 years, and then allowed us the development of that program toolkit, what programs we're ready to focus on, right? All good organizations, if you try to launch with everything out of the gate, you've probably set yourself up for failure. So we knew we really needed to stay focused on where we wanted to launch. So another of our big successes this year, we were able to, Ashley especially, was able to secure our Innovative Housing Opportunities Program grant. And so that's for, I think, 100,000 plus a little bit more. And so we were able to bring on our consultant that has worked in these sort of 4 key areas. So they're basically helping to, again, take the next step from the roadmap work and really dive into all of our member jurisdictions about the kind of scan very specifically. So how many units are out there? How many units are actually available? How many units are being built? And really hone in on where the need is, where these gaps are, and effectively do a very specific gap analysis. Part of this is also analyzing land available to do projects, et cetera. So each jurisdiction can start to work with different entities on where it might make sense to build affordable housing, et cetera. So all of those are out in draft form right now, and we are working with April and the consultant on a really exciting rollout plan to bring that information out into our communities so that everyone can kind of grab onto that and start working through some of their own priorities. Now, as I mentioned, our toolkit, we were able to take a very broad-based approach to what programs we could put out there, what programs exist in other places, and then hone in on that. What did we want to actually launch? So what's been interesting, so this was, again, this how did the roadmap build to this? So we were able to take the roadmap information and put together the programs we knew we wanted to launch. So let's talk about that a little bit. One of the things that the coalition has set forth as a focus is this idea. Sorry?
Yeah, hold on a sec. We have a couple of questions here. Kelly has a question.
Oh, sure.
For you.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
When will the scans be done? And will that be one report?
So they've released it in pieces. Ultimately, we'll put it together as one report. Pieces are officially done, and Ashley might be able to, talk in a little bit more detail. But we're looking to finish up this month and then do kind of a rollout to the communities starting in November, was the last conversation that we had. Now, there is a lot to that regional scan and everything else. So we're looking at a little bit of a tiered rollout strategy as well, like get the information out about the regional scan, the rental study, et cetera. Maybe do the recommendations that were like policy recommendations. That might be separate, but you should see that, and we're kind of figuring that out probably in our board meeting this Thursday, that timing to start in November.
And
if I can add to what Heather just answered, so we are looking at rolling out and releasing all of that data to all of our communities in the forum that we're planning in mid-November. And then we would be available, or I would be available to speak with each community individually at meetings over this later fall and winter.
And for Pickens County specifically, for each jurisdiction, there's code and policy recommendations. We're going to tie those with the work of the growth committee so that you're not getting disparate housing suggestions coming at different times. We want to put it all together. So that will be separate from the rental and kind of gaps analysis. Yeah, I did want to call out on the other side, Heather, that strategic planning grant that came down, Pickens County acted as the funding partner for that. So we passed through that money so that the coalition could pull down that money from DOLA. So number 5 up there would, thank you to the board for acting as that, because it allowed us to really get to work very quickly with that money. So thank you.
I have a quick question as to member funding. So how are we getting to the 160,000? Is that increasing our membership money, or are we going to increase members?
Increasing membership money per member. So in the past 2 years, we've paid $10,000 per year to be a member. And in this budget cycle for 2024, you'll see us requesting $20,000 as our membership.
And that comes out of our general fund?
No, that...
We can't break it out of housing.
No, yes, it comes out of general fund, out of the strategies and partnership budget that I oversee for housing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, let's keep going.
So
what about Garfield County?
You'll see up top.
Newcastle and Parachute.
Go ahead, Heather.
Was that, Patty, did you have another question?
No. I was just wondering about, if we're going Aspen to Parachute, what about Aspen to Parachute for funding? I mean,
yeah,
if
absolutely.
funding's going to Glenwood Springs, are they funding? And then it stops.
Glenwood Springs is funding. Yep, yep. And we have spent a lot of time, so our Colorado River Valley municipalities spend time with us. So they zoom in for a lot of our meetings. We have met with them. We've made presentations. I think membership so far has just been a little bit of a stretch and a little bit of a challenge for them. So in our strategic plan, we started to talk about, you know, what it looks like and finalizing some of those dues. Might we make it more available if that's a challenge monetarily for some of those communities? And then I think they're looking at our programs and trying to say, can we participate just in the program? Should we become members? What do these programs look like? What are some of the benefits to our community? So again, you know, I'll throw out kudos to you all. Kudos to our other members. I think you guys are very foundational to this. And then we're working on making sure we can increase our membership to those other municipalities. Okay, so let's talk about our programs a little bit. One of the, I think I'd call it a stake in the ground that the coalition has talked about and set forth as it looked at what programs it wanted to put out there was this idea you see across the top of development neutral. So what this means to us is that the coalition is not here to build units. What we said is, how do we get people into homes? How do we build some more inventory? And how can we do that in ways where we're not actually building units? And that's been a really exciting approach for us. Again, one that's not entirely new. We'll talk a little bit about this, but one of our other critical members is Eagle County, and that is Kim Bell Williams. And I'm sure you guys know her. Absolutely phenomenal. Eagle County has had many of the programs that you see on this list, and the three especially that are our launch programs. Those have been operating in Eagle County for years and very successful, many lessons learned, a lot of tweaks. So we've been able to build our programs based on that. So this idea of development neutral, and that we wanted to make sure we were had a number of touch points in kind of the housing arena and where people were struggling. So the idea of renters, how do you help people who are renting homes? How do you help people who are buyers? They might be new home buyers or just looking to kind of step up and buy their next home, but also existing homeowners, right? We know there's a lot of overspending on people's mortgages and everything else. So how can we help people there as well? And then lastly was kind of this create the environment. Much of the work you're seeing done by the IHOP and that data that's going to come out kind of falls into that realm, right? Where we want to make sure we're helping to get good data out there that people can use as a foundation to move their own programs and their own priorities forward. So that was the whole picture of the toolkit. We then kind of said, all right, we got to figure out of that, what are the top three? You know, what are we going to launch right away? And you don't necessarily need to read every piece of this. The idea was our whole membership group, and we went out to a few other folks, started to actually rank these. What are the right ones for this coalition to do? What are the ones that we can you know, launch pretty quickly right out of the gate? Maybe they have a little bit less like political issues or, you know, hot buttons. And so we kind of went through this ranking matrix, and that was where we landed on our top tier programs. So the first is a buy down program. The second is rental assistance, and the third is an ADU program. So low interest loans to help existing homeowners build ADUs. So this is where it fell. Our top three programs fell into these three categories. Buy down are for buyers, a rental assistance program to help renters get into their places, and ADU assistance for existing homeowners. So this is kind of a lot to take in, but I wanted to talk a little bit about each one just in some more detail. So our buy down program, again, this is very much modeled after Eagle County and their Good Deeds program. So essentially what this is helping buyers find a free market home, and we are providing a pre-purchase subsidy, essentially. Kim calls it kind of a fee, like we're just paying you this fee, and in exchange, you are deed restricting your home at the purchase. So at the time of purchase, I might be looking at a $750,000 home, I know I can't buy that. We provide a buy down to buy that down to, 500,000. And now I can afford that mortgage, and I apply my deed restriction, and now I have a home that I can afford. So that's the simplest version of the buy down program. Again, there's a lot of detail that relates to that. We worked with the state for quite a while on a couple of different funding mechanisms through some of their grants, both ARPA as well as some additional funding. Couldn't quite find that particular fit for the buy down program right now. We're moving on to retool our rental assistance program and probably put that back into the state for funding. So right now, instead, we have our coalition members are looking to fund the buy down program to get that going out of the gate. Carbondale has already committed some funds. Betsy is taking this to Snowmass, Elise to Basalt, as well as we have some other individuals, CMC, RAFTA, and the school district, the Roaring Fork School District, we have presented to. So they're currently taking this back to their housing committees as well to just now fund the buy down program without state funding, essentially. And what that looks like is we will administer the program. So if the Roaring Fork School District puts in, $1 million and says, please administer 5 of our buy downs, we will do that specifically for the Roaring Fork School District. And again, there's some more details to that. Carbondale is looking to fund this without that restriction. They'll say, this is funding the buy down program. Please make it a general buy down. So that's where our funding is coming from right now to get this up, launched, out there, running, and get some buy downs, on the books in 2024. Rental assistance program. So both our rental assistance program and our ADU assistance have been developed as their program plan is fully developed and again, ready to go. So rental assistance, very similar to many programs you all have seen. I think you have some versions of this. So it's essentially assisting with first, last, and any security deposits. We are looking at this tends to have, with a certain AMI cap, there's a payback, so there is a repayment strategy, and then other AMI caps that might be forgiven. So there's a little bit of detail and nuance to that as well. And then lastly, our ADU program, again, is a low interest loan provided to existing homeowners to build ADUs. And in exchange for that low interest loan, they are deed restricting in perpetuity any ADU that they would put on their property. So we have, this is kind of what this looks like, many, many pages of how our programs come together. What we have found very interesting and what we're providing basically to some of the individuals who will be looking to administer their own programs, we would administer their program, and I will make this a little bigger so you guys can see it. So there is a whole series of criteria of how this program works. And then we will also provide jurisdictions or another member, if it's CMC, the Roaring Fork School District, there are particular places that that entity might say, hey, I'd like to tweak the, AMI restrictions or the amount, right? The cap on a buy down. Is it 200,000? Is it 400,000? So all of these highlighted, while we'll have common denominator in many of our program elements, a jurisdiction or someone that we're administering can custom tailor certain parts of the buy down program to their particular needs. And we've found that to be an interesting dialogue, and I think one that's a necessity to be able to make it successful for different individuals who have different needs. So those have kind of been highlighted, and I'm happy to answer some questions about those. Okay, so that was our details. April, I'd love for you to just kind of jump in and either of you cover anything that I missed, certainly, and then we can field some questions.
Thanks, Heather. And if you will stop sharing, it'll make it a little easier for me to see the commissioners, maybe. Right now, I can't see the room. Can anybody else see the room? Or is that just okay, that's a fun, sorry. So apologies to commissioners, but we can't see you. We can just see each other.
Right, yeah, we're working on it. Can you hear us?
Just barely.
We can hear you. A little faint.
Huh, okay. Well,
there you are again. Yep.
You might pop on here. We'll see what happens. You might see us.
That's much better. Thank you. And if you can hear me, I'll keep talking.
Keep talking.
Okay.
Welcome.
Well,
Welcome in your
hi,
new
all of
capacity.
you. It's great to be here in a different role. As Ashley and Heather mentioned, I'm the new programs director for the Housing Coalition and really excited to be selected to get to do this job. A very big change for me. As most of you know, I've been working in water for 20 years. And so this was a bit of a risk and a big shift, but something that I'm really excited about it because it's a challenge that faces our community and kind of something that everybody I know that lives here has dealt with. And so I thought it was interesting, like the organization, you know, I felt like I was going to come on to help get them rolling and get it launched. And this organization has already done so much, as you can see by what Heather has just discussed. So there's a lot that's already in the works, and I am helping, you know, I'm learning from all of them. What is in the works? What is all this background information? Trying to learn housing as I go, and then putting some more sturdy legs under all of it. And so that's kind of what I've been working on. There have been a ton of, you know, this board is comprised of so many experts in housing and work courses. So that's how they've been able to accomplish so much in the little amount of time that they're all able to give to the organization. In my first month, I've really just been getting the lay of the land, you know, from a housing lens instead of a water lens. And that's, you know, pretty interesting to learn what all of our jurisdictions are implementing, what their issues and concerns are and how they're addressing them, and then how does the region fit underneath all of that to kind of pick up these pieces that might be missed or might be not be thought of regionally. And so learning who those players and partners are and introducing myself to them. Really interestingly though, there's so much excitement and anxiety around housing right now that I'm being approached. I don't have to do the approaching. There are a lot of people approaching me asking what this organization does and how can they be a part of it, or how can we assist them. So I'm getting interest from everything from the Forest Service to real estate agents to developers to my own friends who need housing. So that's been a really fun part of my first month. I did want to just let you know what I'm going to be working on for the next few months so that you can get a better idea of where we're going. But as Heather mentioned, the Buy Down program is our first launching program. And so I'm working with the board on identifying different ways to fund that program. And then, of course, as we begin to roll out that program, I'll be looking at finalizing those parameters, looking at the ways that we need to individualize those parameters, and then how are we going to collect and select applicants. More immediately, we have the rollout of this IHOP information that everybody is very interested in. And so I'm planning the forum for that, which will be in mid-November. And then planning to meet individually with jurisdictions as requested or as needed to further dig into that information. We are setting up a financial advisory committee to look at different funding mechanisms for this organization and for our programs. So I'm working closely with the board on that for the next few months. And then I'll continue to meet and schedule presentations like these with all of our member jurisdictions, plus all of those that Heather mentioned that are also interested in potential membership, like RAFTA in the school district. And so continuing this introduction to what we've accomplished and where we're moving. I think that that's all I need to say for now. I'm happy to take questions as well, and we'll turn it to you commissioners to see what you're interested in.
April, I'm going to be interested to know if you think moving to housing was an easier move than doing water. I don't know which one's going to be more difficult. They're both so challenging. So I want to hear you opine on that.
They're both so challenging, and it's like resource scarce issues seem to be my calling.
Yeah. Questions for Heather or April? Anybody? Kelly, yeah. And then Steve.
Yeah, thanks. Great to see you all. Thank you very much. It's my favorite thing to talk about. I am wondering about conversation related to the membership of the coalition expanding beyond government partners. I continue to really see value in that. This is something I continue to bring up and have brought up since the inception of this, from the transition from the roadmap process. And I'd like to understand how the current board is talking about that.
Yeah, that's a great question. And we just left our last couple of meetings with some definition around that. What I'll describe has not been officially voted on by the board, but is being recommended as we speak by our organizational committee. So that is that beyond municipalities, so obviously the standing invitation is there, as Patty asked about, for the Colorado River Valley. Beyond that, we have talked about opening our membership to individuals that represent, similar to a municipality, they are basically quasi-governmental. They represent large areas of our region, so a broad community base, and that they have a certain tax-based funding. So that's kind of where we have set the stage right now, and that we have our community at large seats that we may use to then also define. We would like to have someone that represents, a small business, or we need someone who brings some financial skills to our board. So that would be our at-large seats we would use that for. So that expansion of the board would look like a RAFTA, a school district, et cetera. So very similar to how CMC became one of our founding members. We'd like to make sure that would be the next stage of the expansion of our board.
And how many at-large seats are you thinking they would be, like sector assignments or expertise, expert slots?
Yeah, I think both. We have three. Our existing articles and bylaws have 3 open community at large seats. Beyond that previous one that I had described, municipalities, et cetera. So we want to stay focused potentially on our governmental and our quasi-governmental. And then our next conversation will be exactly that. And I would see it potentially being both. Like, here's a sector we would really like represented, and/or here is some skills that we really need to bring to the board. And so we'll use that as the next conversation to kind of define exactly what that might look like.
I continue to really think that would be helpful. I have some concern that if the membership is really just government organizations and then we seek to access funding that governments are limited from, then we, create a tricky situation about how to act. Like, are we truly a 501c3, or are we, governments acting in coalition to get some monies that we otherwise wouldn't be able to get? So I just want to be very thoughtful about that.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate that. And I think that's been the conversation at the board level as well. And while we have used, say, RUAPA or RAFTA as kind of our starting point, I think we have also identified that will be something very unique and very powerful to the coalition, is to be able to actually expand our membership and have a broader definition of who we are as members, and be able to talk about that when we look for funding. So I totally agree.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Steve had a question?
Yeah, first of all, a question for April. You're leaving the water field, but are you still going to be the head of RUAPA? Because that's kind of a separate, smaller portion of the water things you were doing.
Yeah, so I'm not leaving the water field completely. I left my City of Aspen job, but I'm still executive director to RUAPA, which is just a quarter of my time. And this organization is half of my time. And so then I have another quarter of my time that we'll see what happens with.
Okay, thank you. Well, I was hoping we weren't losing you completely from the water
You're not
world.
losing me completely. Yeah.
Because you're so good.
I have one leg in water and one leg in housing.
Okay, yeah, and looking at the Governor Polis's whole thing about the housing in the state of Colorado, where they seem to be neglecting the whole water part of that equation. Like, where is the water coming from for this new housing? It's an important question that needs to be answered. So I think that will continue to be part of our discussion here too.
And I think that's why we're very proud and excited to have the buy down as one of our launch programs. While your impact can look smaller in the short term, I think the impact of a buy down program is so powerful over the long term, right? To be able to take existing housing inventory and put it into the deed restricted inventory without a single nail. And so it's definitely been something as the coalition and as the board, we're really excited. We're very proud about, like, we're so ready to get that thing going so that we can start to really have that impact.
I was going to say
Okay,
that.
thank you.
Steve,
Then just one more comment, if I may, Greg. I'm so pleased that from the early beginnings with Bill Lamont and Dave Myler having meetings trying to get, a community cooperation in working on housing. We've come a long way from those early days, and I am so pleased that we are where we are today and really making some real good headway. So I am really pleased, and I'm glad that April has been selected to be, the program director for that. Thanks.
Here.
Thanks, Steve. I was just going to say, if April, you've got an extra quarter bandwidth, FTE bandwidth available, maybe we should send you as our emissary to the governor. You can go pound on him. Knowing water and housing, just thinking that might be a useful, use of your time.
Yeah, and I'll just let you know, I just read a recent article, and I think it was a community in Colorado, and I just read it this week, but they have adopted codes that tie their housing to their water. So in a different way than what we've heard about for years, but essentially they're prioritizing affordable housing for their water supply. So their water supply has to kind of be any expansion of their water use can only be for affordable housing.
Wow, that's really cool.
I'll send you the article.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anything? What else do you want to talk about? Oh, Kelly has another question.
Related to the IHOP information, will this serve, or can it serve as a foundation for an updated housing needs assessment? And is there discussion about doing an updated regional housing study?
I mean, yes, and it goes into even greater detail than that housing needs assessment. So the 2018 plan was effectively updated by the roadmap group. And so that information of early 2022 has served as kind of an update to that 2018. And then the IHOP work is diving even deeper, right, into actual units. Where are they located? Who's in them? How many are empty? What's the waiting list, right, beyond that? So it dove, I would say, even deeper than the 2018.
And we were able to pull down another grant from Jaffa that supported adding an equity lens to the IHOP work. So we were able to bring in an individual to do culturally appropriate interviews. And so throughout the whole IHOP report is woven an equity lens. So I think it's better than your traditional housing impact study.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Can't wait to read it.
Excellent, thank you. What else have we got on this? No, I don't think we have any other questions from this end. It's exciting. This has been a great day. We've had a lot of exciting stuff come forward, and it's so nice to see this come to fruition, as Steve says, in this way. And we look forward to hearing more, seeing April in person when she comes in to talk to us, and let us know how things go. I'm in particular interested in the private partnerships, seeing how we can work with the community that actually build and develop and need the housing, whether it's in industry or business or somebody who needs housing. It'd be nice to see the partners come forward, because of course when you have a buy down, it's fewer nails, as Hillary says, but it's more dollars per unit, as I understand it. And so April's shaking her head, not necessarily. Okay, so
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you're building a new unit right now, so the projects we're working on, let's say in Snowmass, I mean, units are being subsidized $500,000 to $750,000 per unit.
that sounds
So
like a deal.
at the end of the day, I think the subsidy is less. I think acknowledging that the impact is slower, right? So,
Slower going.
depending on the dollars you're putting in, how many buy downs you're doing each year might be different than building an brand new 80 unit project, right? But balancing how you can do that with this existing inventory, to not have the impacts of, can we build our way out of it? No, I think we have to have all of these solutions on the table where you're also buying down units in addition to potentially building units, in addition to rental assistance, right? It's like every arrow in the quiver is a necessary one.
Music to my ears. Thank you.
Yeah, just to say that a different way, the way that I hear it as a layperson more, it's essentially $1 million to build a 2-bedroom unit right now. And for the lumberyard, for example, it's 1.4 million. So if you took that same million and put it into a buy down program where you were offering $200,000 towards each purchase, that's potentially 5 homes, as opposed to 1 2-bedroom unit. And it's potentially quicker because you're not having to do the construction.
Right. Thank you. That's a great way of putting it. I appreciate that.
Well, and I wonder, have we engaged, or has private partners engaged the coalition at all to sort of buy into the equity? So could they put $400,000? Could you match 2 and 2 and own some equity over time? I wonder if this gives the flexibility to try something like that out,
I think that's, so our fundraising committee, those are the strategies that we're putting forth right now to begin executing with April on board, honestly, to really get us this horsepower. I'll give you a little sort of peek under the skirt, I guess. So one of the things that we've been talking about is private sector support. And again, this is where being a nonprofit can help. Private sector support in basically an investment fund. And so it would be an employee investment fund. If I have 10 employees in my small business, I pay $100 per employee per year. And we have, I think Dave's statistic is 45,000 employees in the Valley. So if we can voluntarily enlist the private sector to invest in their employees by investing in the coalition, you can do the math, right? That's sort of millions of dollars. So that's one of our strategies that we're talking about right now, as well as I think, Kelly, what you're describing is, hey, our members are putting in this. Are you willing to match some of this to help these buy downs, as well as our other 2 launch programs, rental assistance and ADU, move forward with significance?
Yeah, I just could see if there's, an employer, if on a specific unit, right? Because you're talking about a specific purchase for a specific unit for a specific person. There's a direct reward to money in. Anyway,
no, I love that, Kelly.
If you guys need help on your financial committee, I'd love to join. So let me know. I'll await my invitation.
Okay.
Oh, that's awesome. Your name just went on the list.
Thank you for this. We're going to keep moving. I think Ashley has more for us. I don't know if you guys are part of that or not. They're not. If you're finished, we're done, and this has been great. Thank you, and glad to see you all here.
Thank you, and thank you for Pickens County's support to this organization so far. We really appreciate it.
Yep, take care.
Thanks.
Okay, so we're back to Ashley, and 4 o'clock straight up. I think we're doing pretty well.
We just had a couple give Mary
what
and
is she-
they walked out.
If we can get a 5-minute break so she can reboot some.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll be back, but we're ahead of schedule, so we're good. Yep.
To Rescuing America.
American Rescue Plan Act spending strategy. Ashley Pearl, you're on deck. Let's do this.
Great. Thanks for having me. Ashley Pearl, Community Resiliency Manager. I'm going to move fairly quickly because I know we're short on time, and want to make sure this is moving forward. There it is. So I'm going to share some updated accounting information for ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act money, and LATCF dollars, the Local Agency and Tribal Consistency Fund dollars.
Good job.
Really, I know I'm not going to be able to go into enough detail on any of this today. What I'm most curious about is which of these opportunities catch the board's eye for things you'd like to explore further. And then what questions would you like answered next time we're back? So we're not going to be able to make final decisions here today, and I just want to name that up front. It's really, what are you most interested in kind of exploring further? And then I can bring all that information back. So the American Rescue Plan Act was passed in 2021. It's to support workers in all ways who experience negative economic impacts because of the COVID-19 pandemic. So we received from the federal government 2 separate payments totaling $3.4 million. We have to fully obligate that money by the end of next year, and then we have to fully spend it by the end of 2026. You can only spend it in specific ways as outlined in the ARPA legislation. And so we have to date spent 2.1 million of it, which is great work because a while ago we were moving slowly on this, and it's been great to see that we're getting this money out there and passing it through to have impact in the community. So as a reminder, the board has approved $1.5 million of that to be spent on the child care stipend program that gets the $6,000 per year to every single staff member working in a licensed child care facility in Pickens County. We also are supporting the child care maintenance and equipment grant program for $220,000, which just yesterday I got a crying phone call from a local provider thanking us for the money because they weren't sure how they were going to make it this year and doing all the repairs on the building they needed to do. So that's been great to see how much of an impact we're having there. We met a couple weeks ago with Sam from Human Services, and he presented about the Regional Financial Empowerment Center, and the board conditionally approved $250,000 of ARPA money to go towards that. And then if you also last month heard from the town of Basalt around the Stotts Mill Child Care Center, and we did put in a grant for $800,000, and we are still waiting to hear on if we were awarded that grant to build out that center. If we were awarded it, you all said we would match for a total of $250,000, with $150,000 of that coming out of ARPA. So those are the conversations and commitments that we've made to date, which would leave around $1.2 million remaining in that ARPA fund. There's another fund in there that I want to chat about because it totals up to be 1.3 remaining. So that's the Local Assistance and Tribal Consistency Fund. If somebody wants to say that acronym for me, you're welcome to, but I don't know how to say it. Yeah. So this is a much broader fund. So we received $899,000 from the federal government, and it's really just an enhancement fund for general county needs. The reporting and the usage requirements are far less restrictive than ARPA. We have spent almost all of it, or you all have made commitments to spend almost all of it. So the Recovery Resources Case Management up at the overnight shelter for Human Services. And then most recently, we made 2 separate contributions to the new response shelter, totaling $500,000. That leaves us with $38,000 left in this fund. So for purposes of today, I've been holding $1.3 million is remaining for us to assign. So that's where we're at with the accounting of it. So with that remaining funds, these things on the screen are what I keep in mind when I'm trying to assess if something's worthy of bringing in front of the board. So it has to be in alignment with the federal usage guidelines. We want it to impact a community challenge or need. We look at the alignment with partners and other organizations to make sure we're not duplicating or doing something that somebody else is already doing. Is it an appropriate use of one-time funds? So trying not to bring things in front of you all that would set us up for ongoing funding that we can't fulfill. Does it have a low administrative burden because I'm just one person and our finance team is amazing, but this is a lot to get out there. And then specifically for the opportunities I'm about to show you, I wanted to make sure I was bringing forward tactics that are known to be best practice housing solutions. So you told me last time we chatted about ARPA that you wanted to reserve the remaining $1.3 million for spending on housing. So that's why I'm here today, is to bring you housing specific opportunities to spend the remaining ARPA money. And I wanted to make sure that they were relevant, feasible, and best practice housing options. Yes, Patty?
Maybe I missed that. That we were spending all of the remaining money on housing?
You didn't
I thought
say.
we wanted to look at our options, because I don't remember specifically saying just housing. But maybe
Yes.
the board did
No,
when I
you are
wasn't
correct.
around.
What I heard was before committing to anything that's not housing, you wanted to hear what the options were for housing.
Okay, so that's different than we're committing all the money to housing. I'm
Yeah.
like,
Sorry
maybe
about
I was
that.
missing at that meeting.
Here are the options for housing if you choose to spend it this way.
Okay.
If you don't want to spend it on housing, we can explore other opportunities. So here's the following those kind of metrics of what makes a good opportunity to bring in front of you all. There's 5 things that I think would be worth consideration, just depending on where you all want to go. So one of those is the buy down program that you just heard from the West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition. We could put funds towards that and be one of those regional first-in partners that Heather and April were talking about. We could also support the West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition's rental funds program at a much smaller amount than the buy down program. So that would go towards first and last rentals for individuals to get into new rents. I'm going to talk about all these in more detail. We could give a contribution to housing navigators, as you heard from Christina Gare 2 weeks ago. There's a need for an emergency transitional housing fund that we're going to chat about. And then lastly, West Mountain Health Alliance has asked for some grant implementation support. So I'm going to run through all these fairly quickly, and then I'm done, and I'm going to ask, which ones would you like to move forward for further analysis? Again, I know this is not all the detail we need before making a funding decision. I'm just curious which ones we want to go get more detail on. So the two programs that would come from West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition, one is the buy down program that would support new home buyers. The amount can be whatever you all want. If these are going to be in Picken County, the amount towards a purchase of a home probably needs to be closer to $400,000 instead of $200,000. So doing some math, staff put up $2 million as a potential contribution towards this. Obviously, this can be whatever the board wants it to be. This would contribute 6 new deed restricted homes in Picken County at that amount. So in short, you just heard about this program, but the regional coalition would administer the program on our behalf, and it would be a buy down of an existing free market home in exchange for a permanent deed restriction on that home. So we're growing the deed restricted inventory without building any new houses. The rental funds program.
1 second, we
Yep.
only have 1.29 or 1.3, so where do we come up with 2 million?
So I didn't, the opportunities today don't fit nicely in what's available. They are like the regional housing needs that qualify.
Okay.
And for these, since they're housing and we know that we have other housing dollars from our general fund, our $5 million that the board
Okay,
set
good.
aside for
Okay, we're
housing.
700,000 short.
Yeah,
Okay.
doing some math over there.
Which is unusual for me, by the way.
You are correct. Yeah, we will have to choose between these. Not all of them can be covered by the 1.3.
Thank you.
Yeah, the other one is a rental funds program. 200,000 here would support, again, the regional coalition would administer the program, and it would give a one-time grant or loan to a family or an individual trying to get into a new rental unit. The reason this is important is right now, if you're a family trying to get into a new rental unit, your first, last, and deposit can be upwards of $6,000, $8,000, or $10,000 in some cases, which even if you're a family with 2 working parents and doing okay, that's a big chunk of change to come up with at once. So this program would help with first and last so that folks can get a roof over their heads. If you're above a certain AMI, we'd ask that that's a loan and you pay back a certain amount. If you're under a certain AMI, it could act as a grant. 200,000 in this case, we estimate probably 15 to 20 different families could get into a new rental depending on rental pricing and whatnot. Both of these would be giving money to the West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition, and then they would administer the program on our behalf with our guidance on how we'd like that money spent. The other 3 programs are separate from the West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition. So the Housing Navigators program, or funding housing navigation. So right now, West Mountain Regional Health Alliance and Christina Gare have a grant to fund 2 full-time staff members who are going to be housing navigators to help individuals who are currently don't have housing find housing. The grant that they received doesn't cover the full cost of the program and ends at the end of 2024. So they've said that $150,000 would allow the full cost to be covered and would extend the timeline of the program into about midway through 2025. So it would increase the impact, is where this money would go towards housing navigators. That money we would give to West Mountain Regional Health Alliance, and they would put it into their existing Housing Navigators grant program that's funded by the state. Emergency transitional housing is something we need to build out a little bit more. We would most likely work with Recovery Resources to implement this program. But what we've found is that even though we have the overnight shelter, when weather is really bad, or certain clients, their needs are not getting met by an overnight shelter. Maybe they have kids, pets, special needs, different things. A fund to support an emergency short-term hotel stay would be really valuable at this point. You all did this during COVID, and that program went away because the funding went away. So we have a model for what it looks like, and we know the impact can be big, but right now we don't have any funding for this sort of, short-term, very emergency, very responsive way to meet clients' needs who aren't fitting into the mold of those who are in the overnight shelter. So the proposal from the Human Services team is $200,000, would allow us to have a pretty big impact this coming winter, as well as have the administrative and kind of structure staff around that. I see Steve raised his hand. Do you want to go to him now, Greg?
Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, specific question to this. Since the ARPA money, we have to spend it by a certain date. If we were just setting aside 200,000 but not actually spending it, would that count for meeting the ARPA thing, that it's earmarked specifically for the emergency transitional housing, even if we hadn't officially spent it yet?
Great question. So we have to commit the money, so identify where it's going by the end of next year, but we don't have to spend it until the end of 2026. So in this case of hotel rooms, we could commit the money, put it in Human Services budget or something like that easily by the end of next year. We would probably spend it this winter, but then we would have 2 years to fully expend it down.
Kelly.
Shouldn't be a problem.
I'm surprised I haven't thought to ask this before, but if we, can we, how detailed do we have to be? Can we say, Picken County's strategic housing plan and list multiple things under it and shift money between them?
Great question.
Can we do that? Is that dedicating the money by 2024? Because then who knows if we're going to spend, say we dedicate 2 million on buy downs, but we only spend $1 million. Do we lose that other $1 million, or can we shift it towards extending transitional housing for 3 more years?
Yes and no. It's a federal government program that has very strict reporting guidelines, and we're not entirely sure what the kind of clawback provisions would be. So to date, what we've been doing is you have to identify a specific code which aligns with an allowable use. So in housing, strategic plan for housing does not qualify. It would be individuals impacted by COVID working in a specific workforce, housing for them. There's a specific code for that. So for one of these housing programs, we would be meeting a couple different codes, but there's not really a catch-all just housing code. So we do need to show, once the money has been spent, we need to attach it to a specific code. As far as committing it goes, we're not entirely clear what the oversight will be to see if we've committed it.
But maybe we could tie rental funds and emergency transitional housing with the same code, so that would give us some flexibility, at least within those 2 breakdowns.
Gabriel is somewhere right now just not happy with me for even bringing this up.
You brought it to us.
It's all right.
But I do think there's a little bit of flexibility in how we bulk things together.
That's a great question, because I think we need to have that, since we don't know what the future will bring.
Yes.
But I do have a question.
Please.
You said you wanted to tie these to not one-time funding. I'm seeing a lot of these one-time funding. Are we going to say we're going to fund the rental funds, but it's only for this, so that's kind of what happens when that money runs out? Are they going to come back and say, hey, where's our next 200,000?
That's a great question. So for both of these programs, what's needed right now in the next 2.5 years really is West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition needs first in funders. And I think once that ball gets rolling, there's going to be a lot of regional momentum. So in this case, the rental funds program just needs to get off the ground. And I think I've been having a lot of conversations with the state, and they're very interested in funding these programs, but I don't think they're willing to take the risk to be the first dollars in.
Right.
So with these ones, I think it would be a get the ball rolling sort of program, and then as far as our involvement as Picken County goes with the West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition, that's yet to be seen down the line, but I think, we'll see where their programs go.
So, but we can't use any of this money to pay our $20,000 membership fee now to the,
No,
Okay.
that would be a stretch in the code.
okay, I was hoping. And one more quick one, can we use it on Phillips?
You can use it on Phillips.
I'm looking at the guy sitting behind
yeah.
you. He didn't mention that to me, I just thought of it,
As
really.
staff, so GR, who's sitting behind me, and Jody and myself, we make up the county's housing team along with Sam from Human Services. We workshopped about 20 different options for ARPA spending, and different opportunities at Phillips were certainly on that list. I'm not just sitting here by myself today bringing these forward. GR and Jody and Sam all agreed that these were the highest impact, kind of most immediate uses for ARPA. I think we can always bring Phillips in. 1.3 million on Phillips is going to go like that, versus you could have a kind of broader impact.
I'm not saying all of it go there.
That's
but
true.
We may need some transitional funding for Phillips. But yeah, so I've already got kind of my list, but I'll let the rest of the board.
Should I just cover this last one?
Go ahead.
So the West Mountain Regional Health Alliance, Christina Gare was here 2 weeks ago. They recently were awarded a $5 million grant from the state, and it's a small organization. So they're really trying to staff up and get all the kind of the backbone of their organization ready so that they make sure all that $5 million goes out into the community. So they have said one of the ways they're asking local governments in the region to support them is through grant implementation support, because a lot of the grant dollars don't go towards administrative needs. So I wanted to put that up there because she did present 2 weeks ago to the board, and this was one of the biggest things she said is going to be critical to making sure that that $5 million moves forward and that's a $5 million grant to help homelessness, kind of a broad array of homelessness initiatives.
Did they apply for Healthy Community Fund?
They do. They have been awarded smaller grants in the past.
Does
maybe some other
their fund, that $5 million also include transitional housing?
It does.
They have it in their category, so so it's possible we could support them this way, and they'd be working on applying that $5 million grant to emergency transitional housing.
Yeah.
So maybe we wouldn't need to do that part.
Potentially. I think the $5 million is going to go to a lot of different places, and they haven't fully built it all out yet.
So
And
they may
that's
not be
part of it,
getting
is
that
they
back.
don't necessarily have the capacity to do that right now. This one is slightly different because it's not truly, I know that we like to historically, we've used our ARPA money as truly pass-through. So we take it directly from the county and give it to the people who are in most need. This certainly adds one step in between, but staff did feel like it was relevant enough and qualified given our kind of the rubric that we use to assess these opportunities, because that $5 million is going to make a big difference in the region, and being able to pull some of that money further up valley would be great for Pitkin.
I don't know how this one would qualify and funding our dues to the West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition wouldn't. I mean, I think this one might be a little gray. Paying them to implement a grant.
Implementation,
Yeah, I'm not sure how that qualifies.
I'd like to hear people's lists.
Okay. I'm inclined to the top two, because there is a lasting impact of those funds in the community. You could pay for someone's first and last, and that could be a 10-year rental or longer, right, that they're in there. Whereas I feel like a lot of our other money in ARPA has been immediate needs without necessarily that facilitating an ongoing. I mean, some of our stuff has the response grant, things like that, but others have been like, let's just get money out the door into people's pockets, move, or answer some direct immediate needs. So that's where I'm inclined.
So wait, clarify. So
The buy down and the rental funds.
so the buy down takes all the money.
Well, we can give whatever.
And the rental, you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I was going for the rental and the emergency transitional housing. I think that's critical for those people it kind of goes with the rental also to me, people who need housing now, and people who need to get into housing now. So I think those two kind of combined.
No, I don't disagree. I just think we have accessed a lot of relief funds for like homelessness services and such.
Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing more of that possibly, so.
Hey, Steve, what are you
It's only 200 grand.
Well, I was thinking to do $150,000 to West Mountain Health. Not fund both of their things, but they could split that between the housing navigation and the grants implementation. I like the regional, the housing the rental thing. So that would be 350,000, and that would leave about $1 million then. We could do the emergency transitional housing. That would leave 800,000 that we could put that into the buy down program, which would fund, what, 2 different units? Is that right, Ashley?
I mean, those details would need to be figured out.
800,000.
Yeah, 2 units.
If we didn't put any more money from our housing into that, which we would have that option to add more money from our $5 million. That way we are spreading the money around a little more, helping different organizations on their funding needs and helping our local residents in Pickens County.
So now do you know where we're going?
I'm just trying to, Greg?
So 150,000 to West Mountain Health, which could be, they could decide how they want to best spend that between the housing navigation and the grant implementation. 200,000 for the emergency housing. 200,000 for the rental funds. And then the remainder, 800,000 to the buy down. That's how I would split it up.
I'd be inclined, I'm happy to go that way. I appreciate, I was with Kelly at first on appreciating that let's get the most bang and long-term bang for the buck with the buy down and the rental. But I appreciate what I'm hearing from Steve, but I would just say let's supplement the rest of it of the buy down program from our housing fund. That's what it's for. So why don't we spread it out the way Steve suggested, and then put the other money into that.
Well, I was thinking the same thing, Greg. I didn't want to suggest that and get my arm bit.
Put it on me.
I just don't know if we can give them 150 and say, spend it the way you want under ARPA guidelines. I think we'd have to be more specific.
We'll let Ashley
But we
figure
can hash that out.
I'm hearing that you have an interest in
Everything.
funding everything on the screen, which is great. All of them require more details to really hammer out. So in our short time today, I'm glad we're up to date on ARPA and that we've kind of thought through all this. Are there things coming up that are non-housing that you would also like to see brought back?
We have some requests coming forward about some bridges. Can we use ARPA funds on bridges?
What about energy efficiency measures, core stuff?
It would have to be specifically towards a certain population.
For housing, right?
Yeah.
Making housing more energy efficient.
So if, for
specific.
example, if the APSHA capital improvements program goes well and we want to fund that, that's something that could come out of ARPA, or some sort of low income efficiency program could probably come out of there. It's a little bit more stretched. They don't talk specifically about energy efficiency, but they do talk about home improvements.
Got it. So I can ask Cora to share something with you on that.
Yes.
Okay.
That being said, I just want to make sure I don't leave here without clear direction. When you all initially received this money, you said you wanted to split it half between housing and half between childcare. You're just over half on childcare. And then some other housing-esque things are starting to show up.
Is that a word?
Housing ask. Yeah, that's the word. Are you, I think that as far as the staff kind of next steps is I would start to build these out and bring them back to you as they're ready for consideration. If there are other things, feel free to toss them our way. We'll assess them and see if we can build them out for consideration if they kind of meet those initial guidelines. As far as
I'd like to also find out if you're hearing from any other childcare facilities that did not get the opportunity for grant money for capital improvements, if there's any of those waiting in the wings, because I think that program really helped our childcare facilities.
Yeah.
So I just don't know what still might be out there.
Okay, that's good to know. We still have about 9 months left in that grant program. And
Just keep us in the loop on that.
Yeah, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Well, thanks for the time today. We'll start to build some stuff out and bring it back. And you'll see some of this, some of the kind of other ARPA things that you've already made commitments to show up in the budget as we move forward as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming. That was fun. I always love spending more money than we have.
I know, you're getting really good at that.
Okay. Thanks
Speaking
for
of
coming in.
which.
All right, we are actually close to being on schedule. We're 15 minutes early for Mike, but I'd love to get Michael in here. Come on down. We're trying to finish by 5 today, so we're going to rush you.
Your meeting.
But we want to have a good conversation. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me. Is there a chance presentation to share?
The quickest way would be if you just join the Zoom meeting from here and then share your screen. So if you go to pickhamcounty.com, there's a link at the top of the agenda to the Zoom meeting. Well, we'd still have to join that into the Zoom meeting.
Testing.
And meetings and agendas. Scroll down. Let's scroll down.
When you hear Justice 40 community, does that mean anything to you?
I've heard of it. I'm blanking what it is, but I've heard of it.
I'm looking at this like advertisement for the Department of Energy Conference on Climate and Energy. And it says with a specific focus on Justice 40 communities. And I'm like,
Right, we're probably not one. I have read, yeah. I'll see that
excuse me.
That's nap time. It's that portobello sandwich that got to you.
through this.
You can sleep in tomorrow. You can sleep in tomorrow.
The kids don't.
Maybe it'll be a snow day. Maybe it'll be a snow day.
No, well, when I woke up this morning and looked at the weather, it said it was snowing. I think my weather app is like connected to the top of the mountain because it's always like 10 degrees cooler and it always says it's snowing or something. I'm like, what's going on?
I know. Why is it snowing on the mountain?
All our burn area up here is getting snowed on right now
Oh, really?
on Haystack Mountain.
For my
Yeah, I'm glad that fire got put out. I assume it did.
Yeah, just type.
Well, I think, yeah, and it's rained a bunch and
Weekend on
it was pretty small to begin with. I
Saturday.
think they probably got it all snuffed out.
Yeah, it
Well,
was
it was
super windy.
so windy
That
on
was scary.
Saturday.
The wind was scary. Okay, so up
Had no alert
next,
on that. That's weird.
Michael. Is it Michael or Mike? What do you prefer?
Michael.
Michael, okay. Michael Lowe's here to talk about EPIC. This is going to be equally as fascinating and fun as the rest of our day, folks. I get to have fun today. All these things are important to me.
I know. So I
Whatever
wonder who
you're
set the
drinking in the
agenda
morning.
today because it
You're
wasn't
like
Kelly
on
and
happy
I.
juice. I like it.
I know. It's like, who set the agenda for today?
God, I know. This is like, thanks, Francie.
If you're going to be talking
Don't be
back and
blaming it
forth,
on
I
her.
just want to select the screen.
Was it
Phil's
you
is
over
like, I
there?
don't even want to be here, so I don't know.
Well, I definitely helped set some of the agenda for today, but it all fell into place to
Just need to
October
figure
3rd.
this stuff out, so it
your face
doesn't
will be on the
take us 10 minutes in between presenters to.
Seems to be that until we figure that part out.
So the couple walked out, she was in her white dress and like obviously getting married and hugs and kisses out here, and I'm like, oh my gosh, and they're skipping down the street, I'm like, oh, you guys are nuts.
Just
Don't
wait
they know
a few
what's
years.
going on in the world?
Yeah, Jesus.
I hope they don't have children.
Who's giving you advice?
I saw Raymond and Camilla
My 8th
walking out.
anniversary was
Mike?
yesterday.
Hi.
No, the other Mike. You're Michael. There's a Mike. I usually call him Mikey, so.
Yeah.
Okay, Michael, welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate your patience, and I appreciate you guys being here for as long as you have. It's quite amazing that you're
Still sitting here.
doing this good work for this long. I will try to be as succinct as I can and give you time to ask questions. My name is Michael Lowe. I'm the Executive Director of CoVenture, which is a business incubator located in Carbondale. We serve the Roaring Fork Valley. I also sit on the leadership team of a new project called EPIC, which stands for Educational Pathways to Innovative Careers. The parent organization of this is the Colorado River BOCCs, which is the Board of Cooperative Educational Services. If you're unfamiliar with that organization, it's an educational support agency that supports 4 counties and 7 school districts, 6 school districts, and 10 high schools. So we're talking about every high school. This project is specific to all high schools between Aspen and DeBeck, which means about 6,500 students that this project is impacting. The primary impact is on juniors and seniors, especially seniors. The problem, I think, that was identified largely through COVID and the labor shortage that followed was that there's a significant population of high school students that are not college bound, and schools are not doing a very good job of helping those students find career pathways early on. A lot of those kids fall through the cracks. Having worked in education for a number of years, and I've had firsthand experience watching how a lot of those kids are kind of forgotten. So I think this initiative has been an effort to help meet local workforce needs by reaching out to those students who are traditionally disenfranchised and help provide very specific programs during their junior and senior year so that they can land jobs, and preferably local jobs. So some of the challenge is not just about the fact that we've got these kids that it's a growing student population that are looking for work and not headed to college, but college is overpriced. I think locally we helped organize a listening tour of industry. We had over 170. We actually had 172 industries participate in describing what were some of their challenges in the labor shortage. We found that about 25% across a variety of industries had vacancies that they could not fill. We also identified, at least these are local numbers primarily, but that about an 18% workforce, mostly in blue collar professions, were aging out, and that there were not new employees stepping up to the plate or being trained to take those positions. I think college, it goes without saying, has become very expensive and often, in many cases, too expensive for students. And I think on the industry side, we just see these emergency industry demands, that there's an unprecedented number of job openings. Now, some of that has changed. I think in tech, you've all read familiar with the news articles about the layoffs happening in tech, but in blue-collar professions, auto, electricians, that the need is still substantial. Locally, I can share that as Aspen School District is a part of the BOCCs, it's a member school district of the BOCCs. We've got one of our 3 tiny home projects there, and
It's pretty cool.
It's very cool, yeah. And we have over 64 kids participating in that project. We've also got over 30 kids that are in a cybersecurity data science club. Now, it's a bit of a stretch to think that participation in that club is going to lead to these careers in the tech industry, but we do have I think largely thanks to CoVenture, we have a growing tech community in the Mid-Valley area that is looking for workers. And we've had a dozen students from this club who have done internships with a variety of tech companies that are based here. In addition to that, we've grown the programs that include now auto, construction, data science, which includes cybersecurity and programming, advanced manufacturing, which is mostly around product design. It's more of a pre-engineering program, but kids are learning how to use Fusion. We've already had, I think, 7 kids hired by local companies, manufacturing companies that use this product design software. Agriculture, hospitality, tourism, outdoor recreation, and digital media. Those are sort of the programs that currently exist, and that's largely based on the feedback we got from this listening tour from local industry participants. We've got, I think the BOCC has provided some foundational funding and in-kind services to kind of kick this off. We've been successful at raising about $3 million in grants. We recently secured an Opportunity Now grant, which has helped to provide the capital needed to service all 10 high schools. I think last year we had 307 students participating in 6 programs. This year we'll actually have all 10 high schools participating in up to 10 programs. And at this point we don't have an exact number, but we have over 500 students that are signed up. Most of them are juniors and seniors. And if you take that aggregate number of 6,000 plus students, so you've got roughly 3,500 juniors and seniors across 10 high schools, we feel pretty good about that number, that's the number of kids that are participating. Last year, out of the 307 kids that participated in programs, 37 students landed full-time jobs. As we went back and revisited all those students, 4 months later, 34 have retained those jobs. I think what's also exciting is that over half of those students are minorities and almost half of those students are female. We've tried to be very targeted about making sure this is just not, that there's inclusivity and diversity, and we're proud of that. I think the other thing I want to point out is that we've got about 12% dropout prevention, that kids that are already earmarked as dropouts and who are specifically at Bridges and Yampa are participating in these programs. And of the 34 kids that landed jobs, 7 were out of this dropout prevention program. So that was another feather in the cap. The ask today is we've kind of earmarked, I think the beauty of the program is it's for roughly about $1 million a year, we're able to provide tremendous amount of service. And in terms of bang for the buck, I mean, as someone who's kind of worked with a number of businesses to try to help solve labor shortage problems, I've never seen such immediate impact. The fact that 34 kids went through this program, did not go through a traditional training program. Most of this work-based learning happened on site. So we had kids at Toyota learning on Wednesday and Thursday afternoons how to sort of change tires and oil. And those kids were then graduated to an internal program that Toyota provided. And those are the kids that were hired. So out of the 12 hires that Toyota did last year, 7 came from our program. And that was remarkable. So 2 came from Lincoln Tech, another 2 were just transitioning here from out of state. Someone moved from another dealership. But 7 kids, 7 high school grads who didn't have to drop $30,000 for a trade school education, went through a rigorous experience, not just at Toyota, but also had this additional soft skill development and support at the various high schools. So we felt that was a model that we think can work, that can scale. Today, I think my ask is we are trying to raise $500K to match the $500K from the Opportunity Now grant. We're about 100,000 shy. We're specifically 80,000 shy to meet that mark. I'm hoping Garfield County has stepped up and has provided a $100K commitment for the next 3 years. And my ask today is for a $50,000 commitment for the next 3 years, if that's possible. And certainly happy to answer any questions you have about the program.
Great, thanks, Mike. I've got a lot to talk to you about.
Yeah.
But first of all, congratulations on how much you've accomplished so far with this program, and hearing that these kids are getting placed with good jobs is gratifying, and it's just must be such a cool thing to be part of. So thank you for prosecuting it. I know you've been working on getting to us with this for a while, and glad you're here today.
Thanks.
So thank you. I, of course, was making a list of all the career opportunities you've offered, and I've got a list of my own which we can talk about at some point, but it revolves around carbon reduction, electrification, climate warriors sort of thing. And I think that we could probably outside of this room and from county money, find some funding to help seed positions that would help kids learn how to do HVAC, electric charger, EV network, technicians, EV mechanics. Like, if these kids are going to Toyota to learn how to change oil, they're going to be out of a job in 10 years. As we see, the anticipated increase in electric vehicles will be 900% in the next 6.5 years, according to the trajectory from the state. As we move to EVs, we're going to need electricians. I heard you say electricians. It's gratifying. I think a kid who studies to become an electrician after their apprenticeship is probably going to go right to a $100,000 a year job as an electrician.
Yeah.
And so there are incredible opportunities. RAFTA needs bus techs and bus drivers. So I wanted to say, I'll pound the pavement to get with RAFTA and CORE and others to try to find funding. If you can help put the programs together to move some of these kids toward home energy efficiency assessments and mitigation. Winter's coming, winterizing houses. We lack workforce to do that sort of thing. So that sort of thing I'm super excited about, and wanted to just bring up that I'm all in if we can build an army of climate warriors from this, which I think might be interesting to them as well. But I know there are questions regarding the ask you're making for this board, and I want to hear if anybody has questions. But I'm enthusiastic about this. Thanks.
Well, I appreciate it. And just real quick, I think that's a conversation we're having, and we're hopeful that that'll be in the next phase as we figure out what the next wave of jobs look like.
How did you choose the current programs and job?
It was from that listening tour. We had 6 meetings with industry partners between Aspen and DeBeck, and just tried to, and it really was based on who showed up and what their needs were. We knew that there was the need in the blue collar professions was pretty obvious, but to sit there and have construction and construction trades professionals describe how difficult it was for them to just complete jobs, and just desperate for people. I mean, we get calls weekly from plumbers, electricians, like, do you got anybody you can give us? But we also recognized that we wanted this to be sort of trade school 2.0, that there were these emerging fields. And sure, a college education is helpful, but could you get in the door with a certificate? I mean, cybersecurity, coding, digital media. We've got a couple of kids that are doing really good work in tourism and hospitality because they're social media savants. Like, who knew that this thing that you did in your basement that irritated your parents could actually be monetized and you could actually get a job? It's been sort of a pleasant surprise that some of these kids have been able to leverage that skill into a job.
There's a cartoon that asks that exact same question. It's the parents looking at the kid who's playing his game, and they're thinking, what job ads he could answer having those skills, and you hit the nail on the head.
I highly recommend the cartoon movie Mitchell's vs. the Machines.
Yeah,
really, I haven't seen that one.
Yeah. Did that answer your question?
Yeah. What I'm curious. For the Upper Valley, like, who participated or which sectors are represented in those conversations?
For industry?
Can you put Francie in? Francie's
Aspen Ski Co. participated. We've got, of the tech companies, we've got 2 companies that are headquartered in Carbondale, but they've got satellite offices here. Fastgate Media, or Smart Media is their name now. App Omni, which is a cybersecurity firm. We have some of the organizations have a strong presence here. Gould Construction, Gallegos, Coru Construction. Again, they have their primary offices in Mid-Valley, but they have their primary customer base is out here.
That's helpful. Thank you.
I would like to know who else is pitching in dollars. Garfield County put in $100,000, right, over 3 years. And we don't, first of all, we don't allocate money at work sessions. We can't give you a firm answer because we don't vote at work sessions. But yeah, because just so you know, to be totally honest, we are having people knock on our door a lot lately, coming to us for, and this is a great cause. I'm a firm believer in trade schools. I took auto shop when I was in high school. I was the only girl in the class, and it was great. I think Mr. Fisher's projects right now with the tiny homes are unbelievable. So it's not that I don't support it. It's just it's hard for me to commit $50,000 a year from anywhere from 3 to 5 years without, knowing, we have to look at what of our constituency we're providing this for. And I think it's a great opportunity, but for people to be moving here to take advantage of that versus this program servicing people who live here, I think there's a lot more to discuss. I think it's worthy of a further discussion. But right now, we're in our budget process, so we don't really even know where our spending's gonna be for the next. We do a 5-year balanced budget, Pickens County does. So once we get our budget in front of us, we might have a better idea.
Would this qualify for a Healthy Community Fund?
But they can't apply this year, so.
Francie's joined us.
Hi, Mike. Hi, everybody.
Hey,
I think John said because it's a capital request, it doesn't qualify for the Healthy Community Fund.
It's a capital request?
It doesn't sound like it was a capital request. That's why it was
We're not
support
building
for
a
the program,
building.
right?
it's a support for the
It's
program.
true. When we first got it, it sounded like it was a capital request, and now it doesn't. So we'll have to ask John again. That was what he said initially, that he thought this was not a candidate for the Healthy Community Fund. That's why we were seeing it separately.
Thanks, Francie. Steve has a question.
And they're too late to apply this year.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, based on my nephew's experience in Anchorage, he just graduated from South High School in Anchorage, and he is going into an electrician's apprentice program in Alaska. There's right now a shortage of about 1 million electricians and plumbers across the whole country. And I think this is a terrific program. I wish he could have had advantage of this in high school, because he has to go to a post-high school kind of apprenticeship program. But if there's any way we could fund this, I would be in favor of funding it. And we're going to have to, take a look at our budget and see. I don't know if this would fit in next year. I think it could probably go into the Healthy Community Fund. But I really like the sound of this whole program and the success of it right now. In a sense, this is almost dealing with part of our housing shortage, because you're taking students who are already living here and getting them placed into jobs in our local community where they don't, maybe they can still live with their parents while they're getting into their jobs. So in effect, we are providing worker housing, helping on the worker shortage without having necessarily to come up with the housing for them. So this is a roundabout way to, deal with part of our housing shortage also. So when we get into our budget stuff, I want to, figure out if we can work this in for this year.
My question would be, who at the county would we have Michael work with before it comes back to us for further conversation? Phyllis, who at the county do we talk to?
And a budget presentation starts next week. The budgets are.
Yeah, I think we're gonna start with John, just to make sure where this fits now, since he had a different
Right.
impression of what the ask was to begin with.
Right. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no. Thank you.
So we'd start with John, and then he could assign it to wherever it had to go because I don't know, I agree with Steve. I think this is important. And it's not something we can just walk away from because it's too late or too early or we hadn't thought of it already. I think it's an important thing to pursue and to continue. Whether it gets funded or not this year remains to be seen, but I think we need to spend some energy on it. I don't know what Francie thinks about that. I'm assuming you.
I think she's right there with you on that, I bet. I can't imagine she wouldn't be.
Yeah, I'm totally in support of this. I've been talking to Mike for a while, and I've been talking to John about it, and I'm glad we finally got him in to talk to all of you. I think it's exactly what we need for our valley is workforce training in all the skills that we are short of for all the jobs in the valley. Everybody's looking for employees, and I also think that we have to face the reality that so many of our kids don't graduate from high school, and I just saw something in the New York Times today that showed the difference in the lifespan between those who don't graduate from college and those who do, and it's shocking. And I think it's because of their living conditions and social determinants. And so I think that for kids to come out of high school, if they're not going to go to college, to come out with a job. And I think you said, Mike, that they started, a lot of them are like starting at 35,000, as I recall. So anyway,
those-
I'm totally in favor. I hope we can fund it sooner rather than later.
Is there any guarantee these kids stay in our community?
I think that's the beauty of it, is that 34 kids who would have, I wouldn't say guaranteed, but probably would have left the valley because they couldn't have afforded to stay here, are now here. 34 graduates. And even though they may not be living in Aspen, they're certainly servicing Aspen. I can guarantee you that most of those 34 kids, or at least the ones that are in blue-collar jobs, are working for organizations that are serving here. I know Robert Mintz, he hired 2 kids, plumbers. 90% of his work is Aspen. And those kids have been down here all summer working on Aspen homes. I could
They're
go
the
down the
ones
list.
driving those one-person trucks up and
Local
down our
plumber-
highway.
Having local plumbers would be
Does it exist as a
I
local?
don't think they exist. Is there a local carpenter or plumber
Yeah.
left in the Upper Valley?
Tom Good?
Yeah, I just hope that's not a roadblock. I think the bottom line is, these local kids are staying here and providing services to this community. And yes, we'll continue to provide support to Aspen and try to identify those students at Aspen who aren't going on to college and who could be, with the help of a work internship, could find a local job. And I'm just quite confident that this is a unique, customized model that it just cuts through a lot of red tape. And again, I haven't seen immediate impact like this ever in education. I worked for the Department of Education for 6 years, and we spent all of our time in best practices. I've never seen something like this in its 3rd year have such an impact. So I hope, and this Opportunity Now grant, it looks for that public-private partnership. It wants to see representation from across the Colorado and the Roaring Fork Valleys to support something like this. So I would be grateful, and it would help us continue on this grant cycle.
I think we have at least 3 board members, if not more, probably. I think everybody supports the idea. There's no question. How to get it done, the budget cycle and all that remains to be sorted out. But I think that we have direction for staff to work with you on this and explore it. I still want to put in,
Greg, is your mic on?
yeah, it is. My mic is on.
Okay, you're good.
Should I speak louder? I just want to make sure that, one, that you speak with CORE, John at CORE.
Yeah.
Because I think, one, there's some opportunity there, some necessity, great necessity for the work and opportunity for kids who might take an interest in that. And I can set you up with that. And then also speak with RAFTA, because RAFTA is, if we can figure out how, I've already proposed to CORE and RAFTA that they come up with scholarship programs with this sort of thing in mind to help, train bus mechanics. Bus drivers have to be age 21 or over, but we have a desperate need for bus drivers. And that's the sort of thing, it'd be great to have local kids who know the roads and the seasons rather than importing people from Florida who've never seen winter, for instance. I just think this helps solve a problem. So I would work specifically with you on that, and I've already kind of begun in the background. But I think that what we can do is ask Phyllis to prep John for this, and then we'll get a meeting set up so we can consider it. Kelly?
I just want to bring up for board consideration, some counties do really engage on sort of workforce development and kind of economic development, and we haven't had programs like that. And so I guess for me, I just am sort of thinking through, like, what would that look like for us? And we solve for problems that get created by the workforce that we don't try to engage on, right? So I'm just trying to think in a little more bigger picture. you know, like what would that look like for us? Like if we were trying to sort of insert ourselves into helping for an ideal workforce in our community, like do we know what that is as a board? Like I'm not sure we've had like that conversation because we don't have that type of programming. And so I just want to like take a step, like myself, I want to take a step back and just think about that a little bigger picture, you know, before kind of like thinking about how we might fund one program or another program, you know? So that's just.
Okay, I'll give you 5 minutes.
Well, no, I'm just thinking about it because again, we don't.
I appreciate it.
You know,
we haven't discussed this.
Right.
I've thought about it a lot. I can tell you, Francie has been recently. So we're thinking about it. We haven't thought about it formally in this setting.
Right.
So here we are today. Francie has so I didn't want to cut you off.
No, that's okay. I'm not.
Francie has your hand up.
Thanks, Greg. Yeah, I just wanted to encourage Mike to stay in touch with Gail Schwartz at Habitat for Humanity as she's trying to move forward with her training for building greenhouses and modern sustainable types of applications on houses. I think you've spoken to her already, haven't you, Mike?
Yeah, we've got over a dozen kids that will be working on the rifle project starting in mid-October. So we're already,
That's awesome.
the train's already left the station on that. Like, we're not wasting time.
That's really great. Yeah, cool. Well, congratulations on all your success, and I really hope we can move forward on this for you.
Phyllis, it's from us.
No, I'm gonna get with John
Yeah,
and figure out how
I just
that
have
can
one
be.
more comment too. You know, again, I think this is a great opportunity, but I caution the board, we need to be looking at what we're funding with our budget. And, you know, where are we doing the real meat and potatoes of county needs? And I know it's tough because we have so many good causes going on right now. It's hard to say no to some and it's hard to say yes to others. So I think we need to be really thinking about that at our core as we move forward some projects that, yeah, it's just a tough decision these days.
If it would be helpful, David Baugh was going to come and join me today and present. I don't know if that's helpful to hear directly from
No, I think we'll have
We'll have
more
a chance to
discussions
talk to
going
him.
on.
Yeah,
But
great.
again, we can't make decisions at work sessions.
Hi,
but
we're
we can
running
start the
over.
conversation.
You guys are early and we're running over.
They're not early. Their meeting starts at 5.
Well, they didn't, we double booked it.
Did you see the very confused look on my face?
Yeah. She looks lost. Are you
Thank you.
lost? Oh, so we've got a little more time. Okay. Michael, thank you. I think
Thank you.
You accomplished what you set out to do. We can't give you money today. We're going to talk about it and we're going to figure out how to work this into our,
Or if we can work it
Assessment
into our
needs.
budget.
so.
That sounds great. Should I just wait to hear from one of you, or should I reach out like the next couple
Well, I
of
think
weeks?
you've already been in connection with Francie and Greg, so.
Yeah, circle back with
John,
Francie.
I
She'll
think
keep me
John will
loop.
be in touch with you, Mike, and he's at a conference right now, but he said he was going to watch this playback so he can see your presentation, and he'll be in touch with you.
Okay, super. Thanks again, and thanks for all that you do. You bet. Thank you. Take care.
Congratulations on the accomplishments. Thanks so much. Okay, we're going to keep moving it, folks. Review of future agenda calendars. Does anybody want to do that?
No, I'll skip anything I have because we have staff here.
I only had the EOTC's Thursday,
Check.
and holiday parties being planned.
Great. Okay, that's all we need to know.
There's open discussion and future calendar.
Anticipation, holiday party.
Oh, and the Armory Hall open house is planned Wednesday, October 4th,
Yeah,
Tomorrow.
it's tomorrow city.
4 to 7,
Yeah.
and Marcy sent you some information.
She sent us
Great,
the
thank you.
invite.
Okay, that was the quickest agenda thing I've ever participated
I'm
in.
saving mine for a time when we have time.
Board open discussion. Anybody have an open discussion topic? Oh, guess who's here?
I have
Steve
one
does
after,
it and Kelly
after
does it.
our
I do too.
distinguished guest.
But we'll be quick, but we'll go to our distinguished guest.
And this is the only item I had was the clerk.
There you go.
I'll try to be really quick. So last year we came in and talked to you about using.
Greg, the sound is really bad coming out of the mics in the room. I don't know what's going on. It was good all day until just now.
It's red. Can you hear me?
That's on.
Okay, all right.
Just go.
Last year, we came in to talk to you about using, and got the okay from you all, to use both the Aspen Daily News and the Aspen Times for our elections ads for registration, early voting, et cetera, et cetera. So because we want to reach as much of the electorate as possible and feel like we need both papers for that. So just coming in, we are to tell you that we're scheduling the same thing for this year. Mostly Aspen Daily News, a little bit in the Aspen Times. So just wanted to
I think
get your
we
blessing.
decided it was okay last year because, again, as you said, we need to get as much information out to the voters as possible.
Yep.
So,
I'd support that.
yeah.
Anybody else? Steve's
Thanks.
nodding, Kelly
Thanks for
kinda
bringing it
nodded.
to us, so we appreciate the heads up.
Yep.
Francie didn't say anything, but
Yeah. That's,
John spoke to me about this last week and said that it seems like the Times has made a pretty big effort to rethink what they're doing, and he was gonna talk to you, Kelly, because he felt like a lot of the motivation to sever our relationship with the Times last year came from you. Did you talk with him about it?
No.
Yeah, if you want my opinion on the Times, I still think they have not sort of corrected their reputation in the community or are delivering quality news in the way that they once did. But I didn't put up a stink about this last year either.
I think that was an approval. I think that's a,
because she has a background in elections. That's why. Okay, that's all I got.
thank you. That was
Thank
quick
you.
and easy.
Okay.
All right, Steve and then Kelly, is that okay?
Mhm.
Go ahead, Steve.
I've got several topics, some of which are kind of related. I'll say it's three different separate topics. One, I was talking to Michael Buglione at the Emma Caucus meeting, and I asked him about the accident at Lazy Glen that killed Michael Ferrara. As I suspected, it involved Michael turning left to head towards Aspen coming out of Lazy Glen, which there is a serious need of having an acceleration lane there, which isn't there. So then he was hit by a car that was traveling 80 miles an hour, or approximately 80 miles an hour on Highway 82 that killed him. So there's two issues wrapped up in this. One is the structural need for, physical improvement at that intersection on Highway 82, which I think we would have to go to the Intermountain TPR and, get on the list for funding to put in an acceleration lane. And I think I've been afraid to turn left there for years if I'm coming out of there. I think some people actually turn right and go down valley and find a safe place to turn around before heading up valley. So I think that would be something that we should approach Brian Pettit about, adding an acceleration lane there. The second issue has to do with the speeding on Highway 82, the excessive speeding. And Michael actually said he will be bringing a request to us for a motorcycle for the sheriff's department, because a motorcycle would be able to catch up with the speeders who are going 75 or 80, and it won't take them 3 miles in one of their Tahoes to try to catch up with somebody going at a high rate of speed down the highway. So Michael's really committed, I think, to dealing with the speeding on Highway 82, and I'm really happy for that. He'll be presenting this idea to us, I know, when we get into the budget requests, but just to give you all a heads up. Then we have a speeding issue on Capitol Creek Road, which there are construction workers who get off work like at 5:30 every day on the days they're working, and they go down on the gravel part and then the paved part of our road at a high rate of speed, probably approaching 60 miles an hour or something, creating a really dangerous situation for everybody else living and using the road. The sheriff's office is aware of that, and they have not, well, what I heard was they cannot commit to having a sheriff's deputy come up here at 5:30 in the afternoon because their deputies are patrolling Highway 82, trying to have a presence there to slow down the high rate of speed that people are driving on Highway 82. It's a situation that's makes it dangerous on our county road right now. And it all is related to the sheriff trying to patrol Highway 82 because the highway patrol doesn't come up to patrol Highway 82 in Pickens County. So that would be, to me, a second issue that somehow we need to try to address the sheriff's patrolling of the county roads in time, when the local areas need someone patrolling there and we don't have the manpower to do it. Somehow we should try to address that issue. And the final issue I'll bring up has to do with the parking area up at the trailhead of Capitol Lake Trail. There are well over 100 cars parked there pretty much all the time now since pandemic times started. There's really room for, used to be there'd be 20 or 30 cars parked there. Now there'll be well over 100 cars parked. They're pulled in around the aspen trees. They're beating up it's not really a parking lot, but it's being used as a parking lot. There are no restroom facilities, so people are using the woods everywhere around there. There's a severe need for porta potty or a vaulted privy or something at that location because it's so heavily used going into the hikers going to Capitol Lake and Capitol Peak. I don't know the solution to it. It's on Forest Service land, but it's a sort of a trailhead issue, which we have lots of trailhead issues in the county that need dealing with. And that one is right there at the top of the list for me for, trying to come up with some solutions for it. So I just wanted to make all of you aware of some of these things that are going on so we can be thinking about possible solutions and actions that we can take to help alleviate some of the problems that there are out here. That's all for now. Thanks.
Kelly, were you up next?
Sure. I just wanted to check in and see if anyone looked over the CCI build table and had any input. And if not, you have till Friday.
I will check it out.
Okay.
Thank you. That brought it back to my attention.
So I've been working on it, Kelly, and of course I'll be in close communication with you before and during the meeting. I'll have a more comprehensive list before Friday, though.
Speaker McCluskey and Liz Velasco about RET and gauge their interest. Would you call Perry Will?
Yeah,
Okay,
absolutely.
great.
I need to talk to him about cemetery pies. Perfect.
Great. By Friday would be helpful, because then I can go to CCI with our input on that.
I haven't made them yet.
That's it for you. Francie, did you have anything?
Thanks, Kelly.
I know.
Okay, I've got something brief just to put in so you can chew on this till we meet again. I heard a great story about the U.S. federal government is funding electric buses for school districts around the country. Colorado didn't get a lot of money, and from what they did get, it doesn't seem like our local school district got anything. I could be wrong there. Maybe they're doing something to electrify their bus fleet. But what I was hoping is that KJAX would follow up and find out what's happening locally regarding electrification of school buses. It's a health issue as well as a climate issue. And I'm concerned that perhaps there's just not that much interest in the community about dealing with these things. And the question gets extended to gas boilers, which are aging out. We've been talking about gas boilers at our own Pitkin County Library, where it's pretty hard to swallow the idea that we're going to buy boilers with another 30-year lifespan when the rest of the world, at the direction of the president and the direction of our governor, are trying to electrify as best they can. We've got boards that are still talking about putting in electric or gas boilers. Other edifices locally as well, including the animal shelter, gas boilers, the Wheeler Opera House, gas boilers. RAFTA was talking about using gas for their new retrofits at the hotel in Glenwood. So Aspen Schools. Snowmass, of course, just put in new gas boilers to melt the snow on their snow melt road. And so that's already a done deal. I don't think we're stepping up when we should be regarding taking the our climate declaration seriously. And I do think that we need some innovation in the place of just going back to what's comfortable. And part of that, as John Peacock explained to me, was that they're afraid they don't have the workforce to maintain and operate an electric heat pump system, for instance, at the library, because they may have to get serviced out of Denver. So what it means is we're not going to go forward with electrification or climate action in any serious way because we don't have the workforce. It's a sticky situation. It's not an easy one to solve, but I think we need leaders who are going to be aggressive about electrification and climate action. And just with this list of local entities that are signing up for another 30 or 40 years of gas burning appliances, to me is really disheartening. And I'm hoping that I can engage some of the experts to come and help us sort this out. And I just want to point that out. And I think this is probably not something we're going to be proud of if we just keep putting in gas boilers in all of our buildings. So thanks for that. Of course, I've talked to CORE about this, and I've talked to RMI people and others about, what can we do, and what they're saying is it's doable. So why don't we knuckle down and figure out how to solve this rather than just shove it under the rug for our children to figure out. So that's my climate.
Can I jump in on this?
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I brought this up with John at our meeting last week, as you know, and it is up to us to decide how we want to fund, how we want to fit the library into our budget. So it's not a done deal that it's not going to be electric. So I just want to make the other commissioners aware of that. That one is not a decision yet. And I think, I'm hoping that we can find some expertise to make it happen. But anyway, not a done deal yet, but it's going to come to us soon to make a decision on it. And
thanks for that, for elaborating on that. The last thing is the animal shelter is a city-owned building, but it's on county land, and it seems that we would have some influence, I believe, regarding how the animal shelter proceeds. It could be their board just hadn't contemplated because maybe they've only talked to a contractor who only knows gas.
Funding. So again, we need to look at what we're prioritizing our funding issues for.
Yeah, it's always a question of funding, but I think that should be something that's discussed publicly. That's it for me. Thank you all. And I think that we've come to the close, haven't we? What else did we have to do today? Just adjourn.
We can just adjourn without a motion.
I don't need a motion or a vote, so I'm calling this meeting over. Thank you. Thanks, Grassroots. Thanks, everybody who tuned in and hung with us all day. I had fun. Thanks, Francie, for letting me chair today. Bye.
Yeah, I'll see you Thursday night.
Take care.
Thank you.